The game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2, and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the IESF_official and also garudaku.se. So, before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Saya membuka secara resmi 14 World Esports Championship.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Okay, so here we have Gabian for Honest Esports, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how confident are you for the Indonesian Mobile Legends national team to win in this competition?
Yang pastinya yakin banget, soalnya kayak aku juga sering lihat kayak beberapa turnamen kayak mereka mainnya gimana, dan yang gak kalah jagonya sama tim-tim negara lain, jadi harus menang.
So what do you expect for Esports Indonesia?
Esports Indonesia sekarang kan udah dibilang lumayan maju juga ya maksudnya dibanding negara-negara lain selain Filipina. Jadi ya semoga bisa lebih berkembang lagi, bisa lebih maju lagi, bisa banyak event gede di IESF. Amin.
So okay, for the last question, what is your opinion for IESF?
Opinion ya, udah oke banget sih. Apalagi tadi aku lihat kayak dari tahun-tahun ya, dari 2009 sampai sekarang itu kayak udah hebat banget, tetap pertahanin, dibikin jauh lebih baik lagi.
Okay, that's all. Okay, so today we have Malaysia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship in 2022, and we have a few questions. So the first question: are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momolin, menangkan Golin dan Midlane.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Dah menang match ni, perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power.
So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain. Sebab setiap team ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter orang.
So for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
What is the biggest challenge to beat an opponent?
Team mana yang bagi dia?
What is big?
The biggest opponent to beat the opponent is about we studied them. We need to Melayu je. Kita orang nak kena beat diorang daripada segi strategi dengan drafting itu je lah kot.
Tadi macam panjang.
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time, and I hope the best for your competition.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
Was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, and then Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine. And my impression was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. Yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. We're in the same group. I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
Okay. As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life. in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esport industry for the past few years, and there are many esport fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you,
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT plus 7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari IESF yang begitu memilih negara kita sebagai penyelenggara. Sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking. Salam Esports. Jaya, jaya, jaya. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Okay, so today we have Argentina that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. Okay, so the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
¿Están contentos con la performance que tuvieron?
Sí, estamos contentos y conformes.
Yeah, we're really happy and up to our standards.
So the next question, what is your key factor that helped you to win in this match?
¿Cuál es el factor clave que les ayudó a ganar en este partido?
La unión entre todos y la confianza entre uno y el otro.
The union among us and trusting each other on all the decisions we had to make. For sure.
So even you have won this match, do you think there are things that you can improve to the next match?
Incluso aunque no hayan perdido ningún partido, ¿creen que hayan cosas que tengan que mejorar para el próximo partido?
Siempre hay cosas que mejorar y hay que ver los errores individuales también.
¿Cómo que, por ejemplo?
Posicionamiento, visión, comunicación.
There are always things to improve, not only in the macro game, but also in the micro game. Like we could do like some better visualization of the map and positioning ourselves on the map. So we're going like rewatch our match and check what we did, so we don't make the same mistakes for the next match.
So you will facing other country in your next match. Will you use the same strategy on the next match?
¿Vamos a la misma estrategia contra el próximo partido?
Sí. Vamos a salir con todo. La idea es ganarlo todo. Somos la selección de Argentina y vamos a salir a ganar.
Yeah, well, it obviously depends on the pick and like the rivals we're going to have. But yeah, we're going to give all of us to the match. We are Argentina, we're proud of it, and we're going to show what Argentina is.
So this is the last question. What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
I'm sorry?
What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
¿Cuál es el principal desafío que tienen para vencer a sus rivales?
Estudiarlos y entender cuál es su forma de juego para poder contrarrestarlo.
Yeah. So our biggest challenge is to understand our rivals, so we can think of a strategy to overcome them before they come after us.
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope the best for this competition. Thank you.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di Ice Stage ataupun yang ada di Fire Stage. Sekarang saya mengajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garuda Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah sekarang saya mengajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya ini di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke booth-nya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya, strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu, mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak.
Oke, Battle of Guardian sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain itu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang macan putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game-nya sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Yeah.
Nah sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg, jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh,
gitu. Jadi mereka memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter.
Oke.
Tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak nih?
Ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau ini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PvP.
Oke.
PvP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksibisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. Kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize poolnya akan ada di 10 juta.
Oh,
Kita akan
wow.
bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games. Bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Benar.
Nah,
Kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu
iya,
kan?
benar.
Gitu. Oke.
Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF.
Oke.
Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain gitu.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu boleh nggak, Mbak?
Boleh banget. Yuk,
Oke.
kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya Mbak ya. Oke kalau kayak gitu. Mbak Jen, aku pamit. Thank you ya Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Okay, so here we have Gebian for Onyx Esports, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how confident are you for the Indonesian Mobile Legends national team to win in this competition?
Yang pastinya yakin banget, soalnya kayak aku juga sering lihat kayak beberapa turnamen kayak mereka mainnya gimana dan yang gak kalah jagonya sama tim-tim negara lain, jadi harus menang.
So what do you expect for Esports Indonesia?
Esport Indonesia sekarang kan udah dibilang lumayan maju juga ya maksudnya dibanding negara-negara lain selain Filipina. Jadi ya semoga bisa lebih berkembang lagi, bisa lebih maju lagi, bisa banyak event gede di IESF. Amin.
So okay, for the last question, what is your opinion for IESF?
Opinion ya, udah oke banget sih. Apalagi tadi aku lihat kayak dari tahun ya, dari 2009 sampai sekarang itu kayak udah hebat banget, tetap pertahanin, dibikin jauh lebih baik lagi.
Okay, that's all.
Energi
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Okay, so today we have Malaysia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang in World Esports Championship in 2022, and we have a few questions. So the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momolin, menangkan Golin dan mid lane.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Dah menang match ni perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power.
So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain. Sebab setiap tim ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter orang.
today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
Was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, and then Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine. And my impression was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. We're in the same group. I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esports industry for the past few years, and there are many esports fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT plus 7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja. Popmi, ransel, Popmi. Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy.
Sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari IESF yang begitu memilih negara kita sebagai penyelenggara. Sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking. Salam Esports. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
So, welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your fellow host. So, this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2 and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the IESF_official and also garudaku.se. before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Saya membuka secara resmi 14 World Esports Championship.
Iklan Popmi, start gitu-gitu aja. Popmi, ransel, Popmi. Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di ice stage ataupun yang ada di fire stage. Sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garuda Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah, sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya nih di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke booth-nya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya. Strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu. Mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak.
Oke, Battle of Guardians sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain itu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang macan putih. Macan putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game-nya sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Iya.
Nah sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan
Oke.
juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg, jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh,
gitu.
I
Jadi
see.
mereka memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter.
Oke.
Tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak nih?
Ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau ini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PvP.
Oke.
PvP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksebisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. Kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize pool-nya akan ada di 10 juta.
Oh,
Kita akan
wow.
bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games, bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Benar.
Nah,
Kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu
iya,
kan?
benar.
Gitu. Oke.
Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF.
Oke.
Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain gitu.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu, boleh nggak Mbak?
Boleh banget. Yuk,
Oke.
kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya Mbak ya. Oke kalau kayak gitu, Mbak Jen aku pamit. Thank you ya Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Okay, so today we have Argentina that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. Okay, so the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
¿Están contentos con la performance que tuvieron?
Sí, estamos contentos y conformes.
Yeah, we're really happy and up to our standards.
So the next question, what is your key factor that helped you to win in this match?
¿Cuál es el factor clave que les ayudó a ganar en este partido?
La unión entre todos y la confianza entre uno y el otro.
The union among us and trusting each other on all the decisions we had to make. For sure.
So even you have won this match, do you think there are things that you can improve to the next match?
Incluso aunque no hayan perdido ningún partido, ¿creen que hayan cosas que tengan que mejorar para el próximo partido?
Siempre hay cosas que mejorar y hay que ver los errores individuales.
¿Cómo que, por ejemplo?
Posicionamiento, visión, comunicación.
There are always things to improve, not only in the macro game but also in the micro game. Like we could do like some better like visualization of the map and positioning ourselves on the map. So we're going like rewatch our match and check what we did so we don't make the same mistakes for the next match.
So you will facing other country in your next match. Will you use the same strategy on the next match?
¿Vamos a la misma estrategia contra el próximo partido?
Sí. Vamos a salir con todo. La idea es ganarlo todo. Somos la selección de Argentina y vamos a salir a ganar.
Yeah, well, it obviously depends on the pick and the rivals we're going to have. But yeah, we're going to give all of us to the match. We are Argentina, we're proud of it, and we're going to show what Argentina is.
So this is the last question. What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
I'm sorry?
What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
¿Cuál es el principal desafío que tienen para vencer a sus rivales?
Estudiarlos y entender cuál es su forma de juego para poder contrarrestarlo.
Yeah. So our biggest challenge is to understand our rivals, so we can think of a strategy to overcome them before they come after us.
Okay, that's all for all of my questions. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope the best for this competition. Thank you.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco?
Healthy.
Tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco?
Healthy.
Tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. 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 Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Okay, so here we have Gabian for Onyx Esports, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how confident are you for the Indonesian Mobile Legends national team to win in this competition?
Yang pastinya yakin banget, soalnya kayak aku juga sering lihat kayak beberapa turnamen kayak mereka mainnya gimana, dan yang gak kalah jagonya sama tim-tim negara lain, jadi harus menang.
So what do you expect for Esports Indonesia?
Esports Indonesia sekarang kan udah dibilang lumayan maju juga ya di maksudnya dibanding negara-negara lain selain Filipina. Jadi ya semoga bisa lebih berkembang lagi, bisa lebih maju lagi, bisa banyak event gede di IESF. Amin.
So okay, for the last question, what is your opinion for IESF?
Opinion ya, udah oke banget sih. Apalagi tadi aku lihat kayak dari tahun-tahun ya, dari 2009 sampai sekarang itu kayak udah hebat banget, tetap pertahanin, dibikin jauh lebih baik lagi.
Okay, that's all. Okay, so today we have Malaysia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship in 2022, and we have a few questions. So the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momolin, menangkan Golin dan mid lane.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Dah menang match ni, perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power.
So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain. Sebab setiap team ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter orang.
So for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
What is the biggest challenge to beat an opponent?
Team mana yang bagi dia?
What is big?
The biggest opponent to beat the opponent is about we studied them. We need to Melayu je. Kita nak kena beat diorang daripada segi strategi dengan drafting itu je lah kot.
Tadi macam panjang.
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time and I hope the best for your competition.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
It was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine. And my impression was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. Yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. Like we're in the same group. Like I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
As we know, this is the biggest esport tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esport industry for the past few years, and there are many esport fans that want to represent their country just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay. So that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Back again with me, Gary Eka, as a host for today, and now we are on the air stage, third day for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So, before we start the match, before we invite both of the teams, I would like to give you information about the event. The IESF 14 World Esports Championship will be a part of the Indonesia Esports Summit 2022, an annual celebration of the country's esports ecosystem initiated by IESF and PBSI, with the goal to involve all esports stakeholders in Indonesia, including game publishers, game developers, pro teams, athletes, influencers, brand, community, and media in the country. Here, we have more than 600 international athletes, 106 countries, and more than 596 offline matches. This is make the IESF is the esport event with the most nationalities competing offline and the largest outdoor esports competition in Southeast Asia, with 4 marvelous thematic stage: Earth, Air, Ice, and Fire stage. 6 games include CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023, and Tekken 7. And especially for CSGO, there is not only CSGO male, we also have the first CSGO female tournament of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is tense now. So, what we are waiting for, we have to invite both of the team that will compete for today. So, for the first team, please welcome Indonesia! The boys is ready. The Indonesia team is ready for now. All right. For the second one, please welcome Philippines. Oh, all right. All the media is here. Will be a big match for today between Indonesia and Philippines on IESF 14th World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, are you ready for today?
Ready.
Good. Are you ready for today?
Super ready.
Super ready. Okay, leader, please handshake. Okay, you go straight to of all right, this is it. The big match. The two most powerful country in Mobile Legends Southeast Asia, Indonesia versus IESF 14th World Esports Championship 2022 Bali. So, I will take to the caster who will lead the game for today. Please welcome Arashi and Mirko!
The two titans collide once again, the two biggest MLBB nations. Thank you so much, Masger. Here you guys are going to be accompanied by me, Mirko and Arashi, on the caster desk for the match. Philippines versus Indonesia.
Two regions with an unmatchable rivalry, man. One country had a lot of questions posed against them. One country with unshakable confidence. So this will be a clash of two very different situations.
It's a big match for a reason, right? Both of these teams have history. They're matchups in every single World Championship, and this time up against one another in the IESF World Esports Championship, the 14th one in 2022 here in Bali, Indonesia. Man, we got a whole lot of people watching live, online, and even offline here in the venue, Rashi. A lot of people were lining up to get their tickets to get in, and we're ready now to witness greatness.
I think a lot of people were waiting when we're in the waiting screen even. You can see that the amount of people just waiting for the stream to begin is absurd. This just shows, again, the scale and
hype.
how hype it is. This matchup is something else every single time. And today is no different. And I think we have to really start thinking about what exactly can we expect. Is it going to be aggression? Is it going to be slow pace calculation? Because both these teams have shown that they can do both very, very efficiently.
Well, let's start there. What are we going to expect? What should we expect coming up in this matchup of Philippines versus Indonesia? Sure, it's a rivalry that we've seen. It's a matchup that we've seen many, many times before. But the thing is, Arashi, this is Blacklist International, one of the most experienced teams in the world. And in terms of achievements, I think they do have that title. They have the #1 most achievements, actually, for Blacklist International. World champions already 2 times back-to-back, MPLPH champions as well. Meanwhile, they're up against a very young EVOS Legends team that is barely qualified here. Again, it was a grueling battle to qualify for IESF 2022. In the end, this EVOS team were able to do it. But Arashi, like we mentioned, it's a very new team. Experience is still a question.
And we talked about experience in yesterday's match actually, and we saw the gap that experience can show in the Land of Dawn. So now, Indonesia has the task of actually absorbing as much experience and knowledge they can before the game begins, because otherwise they're in for a very difficult time. But before we get into the game, let's talk a little bit about this prize pool.
Well, the total prize pool here is $100,000, with the first place team taking a whopping $50,000 back to their country. Second place getting $30,000, and for third place, $20,000. Now, all these teams, all these countries will definitely be fighting for this prize pool, but more so for the glory of that IESF title, Arashi. And we've already seen day number 1. An amazing day full of crazy surprises, and here it is, the recap and the bracket update per day number 1.
Everything is 2-0. Cambodia were able to have a dominant performance against Namibia. Malaysia in a slugfest against Vietnam, and Slovenia just getting completely outmaneuvered, outsmarted, outwitted by Argentina. But today we are continuing the trend, continuing the journey for all these teams, because it does not get any less hype.
Definitely
all the
not.
matches are definitely something to witness.
I think after every day, it's going to get just increasingly more hyped as we progress to the tournaments, right? Day number 2, we're starting it off with, again, a banger. It's Indonesia versus Philippines. Even when these two titans got drawn in the group draw, everyone was just shocked. Indonesia and Philippines meeting up in the first round of the playoffs in the upper brackets. But here we're going to take a look at a team versus screen for Indonesia and Philippines, looking at both of the roamers. Villa Luna from the Philippines, otherwise known as Venus, and Dreams from Indonesia.
Both very skilled in their own roles respectively, but you cannot deny the effect, the impact that Venus is able to bring to his team. So Villa Luna will have to try and replicate the same kind of success, whereas Dreams, he has a lot to actually try and do for his team. And before that, Taz and Del Rosario, yet another very intense matchup, because both of these players have insane mechanics, but I think a bit of a contrast in their approach to these big fights.
Well, Del Rosario, a very notable name in the MLBB world. He's made a mark on this MLBB stage, in the international stage, as the best utility jungler there is. With all these tank junglers, the man who introduced the world to the Demon Slayer emblem, basically, and who was the pioneer of that meta, versus Taz, a man that's still very, very new, a rookie player, you can kind of call him, as right now he's making his debut as a jungler for the international stage. Last time we saw him domestically, he was playing as a mid laner for EVOS.
But he was a jungler before that, so there's no lack of mechanical skill in the hands of Taz. But as you mentioned, experience, time, that will be the main concern here, and we'll have to see if he can match up, because as we just highlighted, his opponent is pretty significant, man. I don't know how else to put it.
And that's the thing, right? Right now, for this Indonesian roster, they're up against such veterans, the veterans here from Philippines. You can already see just from the confidence in the interview earlier on when Masgear asked them the question, "Are you guys ready?" Psychons answered, "Yeah, we're ready." Venus though,
Super ready.
Super ready. That was the answer. No hesitation whatsoever as they walked into the air stage to face off against one another. And I think you can kind of see that later in game 1. This is definitely going to be the pace starter, right? This is going to set the pace for the entire series and maybe perhaps the day.
Ooh, they're starting the day strong for sure. And I think, as you mentioned, funny enough, it seems to be a bit of a similar case. Experience being the main deciding factor, and the same double-edged sword. Will our team from the Philippines here actually have enough data to gather from this very young, very new, very versatile team from the Indonesian side?
We'll see, once again. You know, in terms of that multi-dimensional level, when it comes down to the hero pools, the drafts as well, you can kind of give EVOS or this Indonesian team some room to play with, right? Taz, again, many times he's played the mid lane as well, so it's, I don't know if this is going to happen, but in MPL ID, last time they played with 2 jungler players and 2 players who could actually play the mid lane, they really like to flex this. Very similar to how Malaysia actually plays, right? They really like to just role swap here and there depending on what heroes they get and what comfort heroes they get on certain players.
Malaysia for sure has been able to put that to absolutely good use and completely confuse their opponents, especially when it comes to that drafting phase. Because now you have no idea who exactly it is you're trying to target in that particular role. So maybe Indonesia can try and attempt the same thing, but it's the same question. It's consistency against versatility, against new blood, explosiveness. And I think it makes for a very exciting matchup.
And when we're talking about versatility, for Team Philippines, it's definitely there too, right? We've seen Wise pull off crazy heroes like the Guinevere jungle, the Valentina jungle as well in MPL Philippines when they actually captured the title. That's the thing. The creativity, the macro skill, and obviously, I gotta mention this, the shot calling of Villa Luna is definitely the highlight for Blacklist International and for Team Philippines right now. Their entire team feels very solid. I've always spoken about Blacklist International and here Team Philippines as a team that individually might not shine as bright as they do just together. You know?
Right.
Together, they really show that MLBB is truly a team game. One person can shine, but in this Filipino team, it's all 5 members shining together.
I think everyone shines for sure, but the presence of the team, especially a team that knows how to play around you, that just amplifies your impact so much. And it's almost like you can't really put a name on who exactly is that key member in the side of the Philippines because every single person has to pull their own weight, and that is what makes them so dominant. How united they are and how dominant they are as 5.
And it makes it so difficult for us casters and for everyone in the production, right? Exactly. Who's the MVP when they win? If they win. You just don't know who's the MVP because they work so well together as a team. But meanwhile, I actually do want to mention this. For Indonesia, this new revamped EVOS roster, individually, mechanically, they are monsters, man. Taz, Dreams, the way they play and the heroes they play are always these flashy heroes that can turn the tides of a fight with just one fight. They really like to actually flip a coin every time they go for a fight, right? If they're in the lead, they still going for the coin flip fights. If they're behind, you can definitely expect them to make some risky moves to take that lead back towards their side.
And that tendency for Indonesia to just go very aggressively and in a way gamble a bit in different situations, that definitely is a big factor where the Philippines need to be a bit more careful because if they predict that it's going to happen, the Indonesians can use that as a feint, right? They can bait out certain skills, certain resources. They can get control purely by baiting out or acting like they're gonna do or go for a very aggressive maneuver and then just wait for the next opportunity. So I think the mind games definitely come in strong here against a team that can just go very differently, right? They can do so many different things, almost contrastingly from game 1 to game 2.
But before we continue with our talk and our analysis, ladies and gentlemen, IESF 14th World Esports Championships is supported by wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora, NOC, and Connie. We would also like to give a special thanks to all of our sponsors here from JHL Group, JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DAS, Gudang Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, Merusaka Nusa Dua. We also have IndiHome, Telkomsel, HIN, Episode Hotel, Mineski Global, Indonesia Football E-League, ESID, and Lemon ID.
And of course, there's media partners that have cooperated with us and provided so much help and benefit. There's our friends from Net TV, Trans7, Detikcom, Esport ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and Kami Bijak. So very massive thank you for all the help and support. But just like that, Mirko, soon we shall jump straight into our very highly expected matchup. And it's only game number 1, setting the tone.
Well, I'm expecting a banger. I'm expecting a crazy game here, but we'll see. Honestly, Arashi, right now, before we actually jump into the drafts, I do want to ask you, as an analyst, give us a prediction, man.
Well, you gotta put me on the spot like that, bro. Come on. If you say as an analyst, well, the statistics, the history speaks for itself. But of course, being a passionate Mobile Legends player, I really enjoy the idea that our expectations gets completely overturned. So I think up here, it's the Philippines, but down here, it's Indonesia all the way, man. Can't blame me.
Go.
It is what it is.
Philippines vote, that means.
Yeah.
For this matchup, it's Philippines for Arashi. And I think I might have to agree this time, Arashi, because of the experience that this team has, because of the veterans here from Team Philippines. We'll see how it plays out, though, because MLBB can go either way, especially this meta that relies heavily on crazy skirmishes. But without further ado, are you guys ready? Give us your predictions in the live chat as well. Are you Team Philippines with Pinas Lang Malakas, or are you Team Indonesia with Indo Pride? Let us know in the chat below, because we'd love to see who has more support here online before we get into the player cams right now. And we get into the drafts with Team Philippines in the blue side and Indonesia on the red.
Off the bat, the Fanny ban for the Philippines, definitely trying to curb in the aggression. Taz on the side of Indonesia is a very infamous Fanny player with a lot of mechanical skill. We've seen glimpses of it. Unfortunately, not as much success, but the Philippines respect that potential and ban it away. Indonesia, though, they might be going for the same strategy that Malaysia was going for. Ban out that Diggy and get all the crowd control that favors the team that wants to go aggressively, that wants to be a lot more explosive and unpredictable.
You can already see, like you mentioned, right? Indonesia are trying their best to take away the heroes that can really disengage from all the crazy engages that they usually look to bring. Atlas becomes a ban towards Indonesia from the Philippines, knowing that, again, Dreams is very, very good on that hero. An absolute monster when it comes down to going for those cheeky engages, those flashy plays as a roamer.
Those unexpected plays. And speaking of unexpected, when you talk about Dreams, one of the heroes he doesn't really get to play a lot, but he can actually have a huge impact on, is that Kadita. So I wonder if that is still a possibility, as Indonesia will ban out that Benedetta, having a lot of mobility, a lot of wave clear, a lot of impact that can be translated, can be transferred to the side lanes or even the jungle. So they will not want to deal with that. And for the Philippines, it's going to be Leomord. Whoa.
The Leomord ban, again, this is a hero that we've seen many times before. Leomord, I think, is the most banned hero so far in IESF. But it's already a very interesting ban. It's a very interesting draft phase for both of these teams. So far, from the 3 matches we have casted from all 6 games, we haven't really seen that Atlas and the Benedetta in the first phase of bans, right? We usually see the Martis, we usually see the 1-1, and both of those heroes have been left up for grabs right now, with Valentina as well still open. Indonesia need to choose whether they want to ban the Valentina or the 1-1, or perhaps just leave both open so that they can trade it out. Remember, on the red side, you do get 2 picks. Meanwhile, Philippines will have to choose. It's going to be the 1-1 ban from Indonesia. Valentina wide open, especially on the hands of Team Philippines, which we know can be flexed in the mid lane and to the jungle.
You have to wonder if both these teams have access to information that we do not, as the public do not, right? Because a lot of these bans, yes, they are also meta picks, but they seem slightly targeted as well. Valentina will be the main pick for the Philippines. It's very strong, it has good burst and utility, and it will allow the Philippines to play a bit of a mind game and confuse the drafting phase for Indonesia. But ooh, the Kaja that we've seen being prioritized a lot by different teams, and as you mentioned, the Martis as well. There are a lot of options that Indonesia can try and use right now.
Yeah. Indonesia, though, with the Kaja shadow pick, we haven't seen the Kaja go to the jungle here in IESF, which is pretty interesting, right? Because if you take a look at your ranked games, if you go on and play ranked, you should probably see a lot of Kajas in the jungle. And right now, I do believe Indonesia are going to pick up the Kaja to flex. We've seen it in the mid lane, we've seen it in the side lane as well, and even as a roamer. But the Faramis is going to be a pickup, another solid pickup for Indonesia. Meanwhile, Philippines, with no hesitation, instantly just lock in the Fredrin and the Beatrix. Another comfort pick for Philippines for their gold laner.
The Filipino sniper. He is here to play for sure. And looking at the composition so far, it does seem like the Philippines have a lot more of a combo situation. They do have the big engage with a taunt from Fredrin, and they can combo the Beatrix, not only using the sniper, but with the Nibiru's passion as well, which is a lot stronger right now. for Indonesia, it seems like they have a better mix of pickoff potential as well. But of course, we have no idea just yet which lane are these heroes going to be put into. And whoa, that is a huge song for the first time, I think, in IESF.
First time in IESF, the Yuzong makes his debut here in Bali. Just some dive, I guess, dive potential from the side of Indonesia to stop Beatrix from free hitting, and obviously just threaten that back line. Threaten the back line. As now we are going to be entering the second phase of the bans. Indonesia with the first ban. They're already looking towards, I feel, more of a dive composition with this whole comp. Indonesia with the Faramis, the Kaja, and the Yuzong, they're going to try their best to actually look for the all-in team fights, right? They do not want these team fights to go the distance, because if it does, Philippines have the heroes to take it.
So far, they have a lot more DPS for sure, so the longer the fight draws out, the more the combo that Indonesia is going for will start faltering. Right now, we've seen a similar strategy, right? Faramis as well as the Kaja, but usually it's paired with an engage that can bring everyone together and allow that Kaja to have optimal damage output in those big fights. But now, for now at least, we haven't seen anything like that from the side of Indonesia. Leslie has been picked by the Philippines, so denying another sniper from Indonesia. And Lolita actually will be the ban for Indonesia. So maybe they are looking at a hero with a lot of projectiles for now.
And I actually expected the Leslie to be picked up by Indonesia early on, right? The final pick of the first phase, the Yuzong, I expected it to be the Leslie. But now, because it has been left open, hasn't been picked up, Indonesia are going to have to start prioritizing Brands' hero here as they go for the ban towards the Paquito. Oh, 2 bans towards the XP lane, I do believe, with the Benedetta and the Paquito. Philippines still without a jungler, but I think Indonesia are just trying to just take that Paquito away, knowing that it's a very good flex pick. And currently, Philippines, they have the Fredrin, they have the Valentina. We've seen Wise play both Fredrin and Valentina in the jungle. So that's the threat that Indonesia really needs to think of constantly. And you can already see Philippines with a very smart approach through the second bans, trying to shut Brands down here with 2 marksman bans. Leslie and Claude, only the Irithel being ready, opened up here for Team Indonesia. And Arashi, the Irithel up against the Beatrix here, up against so much dive as well. A lot of CC. Might be a risky pick
For the side of Indonesia.
But it is the best pick, in my opinion, looking at it right now, with all the bans.
Maybe something crazy will come up, but it definitely shows that the Philippines want to have advantage in the late game. That Leslie and Claude are both very late game heroes, so maybe Indonesia can throw a curveball and pick a very aggressive early game hero instead. But no, it will be the Melissa. It still has a lot of AoE and a lot of potential to push away all these heroes that can pose a threat to the roster, at least the backline of Indonesia. So a very counter-smart approach as well. But finally, Philippines are going to round out their team composition. It's going to be Lapu Lapu. Will it be the signature as well?
You got to do it, man. You got to do it, man.
Do it. Come
Philippines hovering over the signature pick. The M3 Blacklist International skin. But they will just hover over the Matilda. Wow. They decided to go for the Matilda, maybe for game number 1 here. Maybe they're saving the best for last, Arashi. But
I can't believe
there's already a good show from the Philippines, showing that even as a shadow pick, it got us all hyped. It got the viewers all hyped as well, 100%. Team Indonesia with that Melissa pick, though, will have a bit of that disengage potential and a little bit of pressure, actually, in that gold lane. It is a winning lane for the Melissa in a straight-up 1v1. And now they are going to have to pick either a roamer or a jungler, depending on where the Kaja is going to go.
They require some kind of crowd control, man. They have a lot of ways to actually facilitate their fights, but when it comes to forcing the Philippines into their own game, into fights that they want to take, it's going to be a bit difficult without any secure, and it will be the Gusion picked up. Hang on here. Let's take a very close look at the battle spells, because that will tell a very interesting story. Okay, all right.
It is going to be the Kaja in the roam, as we mentioned before. The flex potential for the Kaja. We've seen it in the mid lane yesterday. Now we're seeing it in the roam position with the Gusion in the jungle.
Wow.
Based on both of the drafts, Philippines with a bit of both. Both the drafts has a lot of dimensions to play with, a lot of win conditions to play around, with the dive being there to pick as well, and even the kite back, front to back.
I think the kite back, that is the main concern here. For the side of Indonesia, they have one big engage tool. They have the Divine Judgment from Kaja, and if that doesn't work out, or if the Philippines put Purifies on their main core heroes, this is going to be a very difficult game for Indonesia if they want to try and snowball, if they want to try and wreak havoc in the plans of the Philippines. Because we know when it comes to those strategic, slow maneuvers, the Philippines have a bit of an edge. At least that's what the public will believe.
Well, we'll see how the match plays out here, Rashi, as we are going to get ready for the game. We're going to get ready to enter the portal, to enter the land of dawn for Team Philippines versus Indonesia on the opening match of day number 2. We're going to dive straight into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for Indonesia versus Philippines.
Wow, honestly, the early game is going to be so important here, because at any moment, right, any one of these teams, they can actually get an advantage, and if they do, both Indonesia and Philippines are notorious for taking that kind of lead and actually using it as efficiently as possible and punishing every single mistake. And if they do that, they can set the tone for the mid to late game all the way since as early as the 2nd or 3rd minute.
You can see in the start here, both teams wanting to go for just a normal start, not really going for anything too aggressive early on. They both just want to clear their camps, get to a point where they can finally actually deal out some damage, the burst, and obviously use those power spikes well. Here, Arashi, with the pathing of both of the junglers, it does feel like they want to play towards the side laners a little bit early as well. We've also seen many times that Del Rosario on the utility junglers really likes to go and clear that gold lane to help the Beatrix out.
Well, the early game is going to be so much pressure, so many things for the roamers to do, right? Because in the early game, it's always about how the roamers can facilitate. Will they move towards the gold lane? Will they move towards the mid lane? You know, once you get one of your laners ahead, that will allow you to use that lane as the basis to make plays happen.
Well, here it is once again, 2 minutes in, and it's going to be Team Philippines who has a bit more pressure around a turtle with the Black Dragon form being popped in. It's still going to be Del Rosario who secures the retribution on the turtle. Divine Judgment going to be popped in towards Patapop, but it's not going to work.
That is a very tanky hero, and you can see that despite all the burst damage being used by the Indonesian team, you do see that the Lapu Lapu, man, is just so tanky. And we've seen this from Malaysia yesterday, actually. Forme is able to 1v4. Maybe we'll see a similar play out for the Philippines in the bottom side.
2 minutes in, it's already a neutral objective secure for Team Philippines. And now they're going to look, again, just to play it calmly, play it efficiently. And that's exactly what they need to do. They do not need to go for anything too aggressive here when they have the lead.
For the Indonesians, they need to make sure that they abuse that Cult Altar as much as possible. They do have the Black Dragon form as well, so those objective takes are going to be very much in their favor, only if they are able to actually get an advantage and actually capitalize on the fact that they have a bit more crowd control and they have a lot more utility that they can actually abuse to force the Philippines into a tough spot. But of course, if they do go too aggressively, there is a Lapu Lapu, there is a Valentina, so a lot of counter-engage potential from the side of the Philippines.
Well, here it is, another engage coming in, and that's going to be Dreams taken really low. First blood over to Philippines as they're looking for more. That's the IMU doing work, stealing away to the Divine Judgment and picking up another for Imam in the mid lane.
That is what you have to be aware of, man. If you don't want to deal with the engage, you can engage on the engager, and that is exactly what the Philippines have done. They take out Dreams, and they hunt for stragglers afterwards. They have the tempo in the game right now, and if you look at the side lanes, that is where the action will start building up. Because with pressure in all the lanes from the Philippines, they're going to try and cut into the jungle and cut off members of Indonesia from their own backup.
I just really like how Soriano is taking this lane, is approaching this lane, this matchup, right? Up against the Melissa, he knows exactly that he is going to lose out if he goes for these trades, if he goes for these 1v1 duels. So what he does is he swaps over to the Bennett just to clear out the waves, rotates over to help this team, and simultaneously gets even more gold because they're trying their best to actually funnel as much towards Soriano.
And if Soriano gets a bit more items, he can very easily start poking down members from the side of the Indonesians, because there's only one real tanky frontline member in Psychots, and if he is too low for a fight, it's going to be very difficult for the Indonesians to try and contest any kind of objective.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here, Villa Luna in the gold lane. They're looking for some plays here up in the gold lane.
The gold lane for sure has been the target for a lot of plays, but here we go, they burst passion.
Soriano picking up a kill, and now Dreams is going to be very, very low. Gets out just barely here, but you can already see the cut coming in from Del Rosario over the top side. There's going to be flickers over under the tier 2. Dreams not using flicker just yet. Very wise to save that flicker, as he did have a bit of backup.
Oof, as we called it out, man, the side lanes. There you go. Indonesia just a bit too late, a bit too behind when it comes to that pressure, and the Philippines absolutely capitalize and punish anybody who doesn't want to back away from their first turret, and they have taken the first structure, the first objective, and with that, they will have a lot more areas on the map to make plays around, and they do have a lot of very good catch.
This is it, Arashi. This is the meta that we have been mentioning about. The ultimate bonding experience where they group up as 5 into the mid lane. They start to just put in a lot of mid pressure so that they can actually have more room to play in the side waves. 4 members grouping up and always just dap-a-dap in that XP lane solo.
Villa Luna right now, though, has completed that Radiant Armor. That item reduces damage when it comes to multiple instances of damage. So against a Faramis, against a Kaja or the Gusion, it's going to be very good. But look at that.
Big potential over to Del Rosario, but he comes in using so much damage with Appraiser's Wrath, taking back a whole lot of HP and outplaying the situation, turning it completely around. It's looking bad for Indonesia, as that's going to be the 3rd turtle over to Philippines with no trades on the board, no turrets, no kills so far.
They put a trigger on that play with the objective to try and force the Philippines' hand, but instead the Philippines has all the answers. A tanky front line, 2 tanky front lines in fact, and a lot of utility to ensure that their member stays alive, and afterwards they can just chase and take out members of Indonesia one by one, and even then, they go for the pressure, and it seems like the Indonesians, they have to try and make a huge play happen, or a massive pickoff, but it's going to be very difficult because the positioning from the Philippines is way too good.
The setup, the positioning, and the trigger instantly onto Psychots, picking him up, baiting Indonesia over to that bottom side to pick up a free turret and 2 free kills in the process. It does feel like so far in this game, the Philippines are a step, maybe even 2 steps ahead of Team Indonesia, as Dream's going to get knocked up. Imam looking for that follow-up, just to zone Indonesia away from the tier 2 as they look to start sieging down on every single turret.
The damage difference right now from both teams is just so difficult to deal with. We mentioned how there's only one real frontline on the side of Indonesia, and look at what happens to him in a big fight. He gets taken out. The cult altar is so non-existent. The Philippines are able to just burst through it and go on with their day. Soriano right now with the Malefic Roar completed. That is a lot of penetration on top of the already insane amount of damage and burst that the Beachers can bring to the table.
This is what Philippines loves to do when they're ahead, right? They use the distraction that is Dapadap, who's practically currently unkillable on that Lapu-Lapu. They use him as a distraction in the side lane, solo, picking up a turret. Meanwhile, they set up on the other side. Usually, they like to play on the opposite side and use the conceal to catch the enemies off guard. But there, you can see, again, a curveball thrown over to Indonesia, or maybe Indonesia have done their research onto how Philippines likes to play with the lead. They take another step ahead, and they think 2 steps ahead of Indonesia. Right now, again, it's going to be Divine Judgment coming in, but it's all onto the frontliners with a lot of the resources burnt out. It's going to be Cyclops who jumps in and finishes off Soriano in the back lines, splitting Philippines in 2. Imam now flickering out, getting to safety, but all that was for the Lord. It's a 2-for-1 in the end. 2 kills over to Indonesia for a Lord take. Arashi, who's it worth for?
Oof, I think considering the fact that the Philippines are so ahead and they are focusing now more than ever on taking all those structures away from Indonesia, I think the Lord will be very, very beneficial. Unfortunately, they lose their gold laner as well, which is not ideal. But if you take a look at the items right here, he is on 7,300 gold. As we mentioned, BOD and straight to a Malefic Roar, ensuring that anyone getting caught in his ultimates will get absolutely decimated.
What's another thing that I want to mention is the fact that the kill, 2 kills that Indonesia picked up earlier, was onto 2 members with no bounty. There was no shutdown there. So even though they were able, Indonesia were able to find some kills, it was just normal gold. It wasn't the added gold that we usually see. And they get the Lord for that. So if it was a shutdown, I would actually say that Indonesia definitely came out on top in terms of value. But here, Taz might actually be caught, forced to use that ultimate defensively to get out.
And everyone is from the Philippines is available because the death timers are very, very short, and they're going for a siege here where Indonesia don't have a lot of tools to try and counter the poke damage. Slowly but surely, the Philippines is chipping away at the structures and at the EHP bars of the Indonesian players.
It's a good defense by Indonesia. They're able to minimize their losses here, only losing that tier 2 in the mid lane for now. But Brands is going to be zoned away from that mid lane. Philippines looking for that, but look at Psychots with the Petrify. He's able to find 2 on the flanks. Psychots absolutely massive as his engage has started a war that Indonesia can finally win here in this game. 3-for-0 trade as Indonesia look to climb, to crawl themselves back in this game.
Blink and you'll miss it. An engage that gave way for Indonesia to take 3 kills for a trade of none. And along with that, Taz is able to secure the purple buff from the side of the Philippines as well. So now they have a momentum. They have recovered a bit of that gold difference. Only 2K right now. But the Philippines, they are still in the lead. And they are no stranger to these late game situations.
Dreams opening up the map just a bit. Going to be chunked down by Del Rosario. But he is going to be able to back off without having anything taken away. Honestly, looking at it right now, Rashi, Indonesia, their main win condition, we thought it would be Brands on that Melissa. We thought it was going to be the Gushin on the hands of Taz, but it's actually Psychots, the man that has been doubted so many times by everyone.
By the public. I mean, this man has had a very lackluster season in his last performance. That was a performance in the last season, actually, rather. But here, knowing that Indonesia are relying very, very heavily on a very reliable engage. His Yuzong has been critical, but after 2 engages, will Philippines fall for the same trick twice?
Divine Judgment over the Dreams. That's going to be the front liner taken out. That's going to be that. Oh my god, so much damage onto the Lapu.
Unfortunately, won't be enough though. And now Indonesia, they're actually backing away, and it will be waiting for the Lord take. And Philippines, they are so good at the Lord dance. Going back and forth, waiting for their opponents to make a mistake, and with such a long-range basic attack on their B-Tricks, they can do better.
That's what they were waiting for. The Black Dragon form now baited out. Psychots with a Petrify onto Soriano, who's forced to flicker out, but Psychots jumps in. 1v4, soaking in all the damage and sustaining back up. Dap It Up gonna be taken down by Brands, and that's another kill over to Indonesia, who were able to play with the death timers of Dreams really well. With them now respawning, they've taken back the lead if they actually can secure the Lord, which they should be able to. Free Lord over to Indonesia. They're not stopping just yet though. Conceal play from Indonesia. They back off.
Back off for now, as the orange buff will be contested as well. So the Philippines are now on the back foot. And if you look at the composition, in a way, right, in the big team fights, there's a lot more DPS and utility available in the hands of the Indonesians. After that play, they go for the purple buff as well. And the Philippines have a huge problem on their hands. The Black Dragon form will last for way too long. The Guiding Wind was used to try and buy some make some distance, buy some more time, but it was not enough. The Philippines must come up with a different solution, a different answer.
A momentum shift in the 13th minute of the game. And now it's Philippines who have their backs against the wall with the Enhanced Lord marching in that top lane. Evo's Legends here, Team Indonesia, are going to look to try to siege them down. Psychots once again with a Black Dragon form as Del Rosario tries his best to keep Psychots at bay. The damage comes through once again for the siege to take place, but that's going to be Dapadap who jumps in with the bravest fighter. But it's going to be a good disengage from Indonesia, backing off knowing that they have found some value. They've taken every single tier 2 except for the bottom lane.
And look at how Psychos is playing around with his Petrify, man. He goes in for the Black Dragon form, but he doesn't always use that Petrify. And when you think about it, the Petrify is what makes these engages so dangerous. It guarantees the Furious Dive knockup, and that is what allows Indonesia to just be a lot more elusive. And as we talked about it earlier, this is what is so dangerous. They can feint around, act like they're about to engage a fight, and then back away. The Philippines need to identify the right moment and then adjust accordingly. Do they want to go and fight after the Black Dragon form is down, or do they want to just stall?
Villaluna with that circling eagle over the branch, but it's going to be baited in with the cold altar placed as well. Soriano targeted by the flanks, and that's going to be Taz who picks up the Beatrix. Soriano taken down, Brands in the midst of it all, still life stealing with his fire. Brands is massive. He is an absolute beast as he wins the battle for Indonesia. It's a 4-0 trade. Indonesia with a comeback here with the tides turned completely. Only Villaluna left to defend with the mini wave crashing in. Villaluna going to be brought back by the Shadow Stampede. Villaluna outside of the base, and Indonesia with the Divine Judgment onto Villaluna will go for the base to pick up the first game of the series.
Oh my god, what an upset! It looked like the Philippines were going to cruise to an easy victory, but the Indonesians pull through. 1-0 right now, and they have shown that against all odds, against all the hate and the doubters, they are here to stay.
Give the MVP over to Psychos, man.
Wow.
What a performance and what a statement here. We predicted Philippines, man. Wow. Oh my goodness gracious.
The Caster Curse strikes again.
The Caster Curse strikes
you
again.
You can never make a right prediction. It just does not work like that. Indonesia having a lead, but of course, you know, calm down a bit because the Philippines are no stranger to this position.
What a performance here by Indonesia. But obviously, again, this is something that we spoke about earlier before the game started. We mentioned that for Team Indonesia, this new team that was formed is a very coin-flippy team. When they're behind, they will constantly look for these crazy engages, these crazy flanks to turn the tides around, and that's exactly what happened. They coin-flipped their way to victory. You mentioned it earlier, Arashi, that Hail Mary play that happened once, getting the Petrify and the Furious Dive onto both of the backliners. It might not be able to, like, Psychots might not be able to land that twice, right? He did it once. I don't think he's going to do it twice, but he did. He didn't need to, actually. All he needed to do was flank. So Soriano gets into position for Taz to pick off.
That is what is so dangerous. If you take a look at the highlights here, the match MVP is going to be Brands, and he, in the early game, was struggling so hard because the Philippines, they know which lane they want to shut down in the early game, but unfortunately, they don't put all the resources on shutting down Psychots, and Psychots turns out to be the main problem for them to deal with. In the late game as well, having an assassin in the early game is a bit difficult because especially against a Fredrin, a fighter in the jungle, it's a bit of a tough matchup. But in the late stages of the game, where your gold laner, your mid laner becomes the main source of damage output, having someone that can delete them in a blink of an eye is definitely an advantage that Indonesia has put to an absolute good use.
Just look at the replay again. First 10 minutes was one-sided, with Philippines absolutely dominating the neutral objective game, and even the turrets. But Psychots, with this one play, getting Soriano and Imam, both of the backliners, both of the damage dealers, it practically sealed the deal for their comeback. Philippines got a bit too greedy after that, looking to fight constantly when, again, the way they were able to dominate early on wasn't through these fights. It was through very efficient macro plays across the map, picking up turrets and sieging Indonesia down slowly but surely.
And to make matters worse, their composition, damage comes in big waves of damage. So with the Cult Altar in possession of the Indonesians, they can just deny the pickoff as we saw earlier. Brands was able to be saved by the Cult Altar, and he was able to just outlast all the damage and make a huge comeback happen for the Indonesians. That is the late game that the Indonesians have been hedging their bets on, and it completely paid off. Match MVP Brands from Indonesia on that Melissa. Very patient, very consistent. Every time, any game where he is behind, he will find a way to stay relevant, and we see it yet again.
An absolute beast, man. But we have to give the player spotlight over to Psychots. If it's not Brands, it's definitely Psychots.
He has one death.
He has one death on the Yuzong.
Wow.
Even though he's always diving into that back line, trying to create plays for his team. And personally for me, I would actually say that Psychots is my MVP, right? The performance, the way that he led his team to victory on that Yuzong, a pick that we haven't seen here so far in IESF in the first day. Coming into the second with their unique draft. A lot of people doubted them as well, but they definitely showed the world that you can't take them lightly, this new revamped EVOS team for Indonesia.
Look at his items. Only the Hunter Strike for a bit of damage, a bit of utility. And then afterwards, it's all defensive because that is his main role. We were concerned because of it, but in a way, they made it work. Only one front line, it doesn't matter because the back line from the Philippines is not safe either. Look at Taz with the full inventory slot. One more item to go, actually. But with the Genius one and Glowing one combo, his daggers are doing a lot of damage, and he has penetration and the Holy Crystal to boot. So at this point, without adequate protection, there is no solution for Soriano to survive from that damage. And to put matters worse, if he is too tunnel vision on Taz, then Psychots will take him out. So the mix of damage and the mix of problems that Indonesia can keep showing and flashing at the Philippines makes it very difficult for them to get a very easy adjustment.
It was a very good game by both of the sides, but again, I do feel like in the end, it was just the battle of strategies, right? It was a battle of styles, honestly, a clash of styles, where for Team Philippines, they really like to go for those macro plays, early dominance, and for Team Indonesia, in very true Indonesian fashion, like to team fight. They go in for these coin flip plays, coin flip team fights when they're behind because they've got nothing to lose. At that point, they only had their base turrets left to play with. So that flank from Psychos, the way he was able to position in that bush to find that opening amongst the vision that was controlled fully by Team Philippines was amazing. He found that little gap and he utilized it so well to create that chance.
This is a team that is so patient and calculative in the late game, and Psychots somehow was able to actually, supersede their expectations. This is the X factor that we keep talking about when we talk about these very dynamic, very explosive
young
teams.
players.
Young players, right? The young blood really shows through. So we have to see in game number 2, in a way, right? Both teams do not have to change anything in the drafts because they have a solid game plan, but now it's up to Indonesia, I think. Do they want to suffer the same painful, slow
early game,
or do they want to try and take matters into their own hands? We'll just have to see.
Yeah, I think we can both agree that in game number 1, the reason Indonesia was able to come back was because of a crazy play by Psychots. If that hadn't happened, I feel like Philippines might have been able to actually take the game pretty easily, like we mentioned. The first 10 minutes was completely controlled by Philippines. So this is where Team Indonesia really needs to think it over. Do they really want to go through that grueling early game again up against Philippines, who are notorious to play that objective game and take it slow? And this time, they're going to have to risk Philippines already knowing how they like to go for these flanks.
Exactly, because for the Philippines, they have a lot of adjustments available for them. They can go for different solutions, different battle spells, as we were talking about earlier. So I think, as you mentioned, if things were going just fine, they had more poke, they can actually use the sniper from Beatrix to just slowly but surely take out those objectives, those turrets, and that's just how the Philippines like to play, right? Slow and steady, but they usually win the race. So now I think Indonesia, they might just go for something even crazier, I think, because there's no way they go and exceed your expectations and then they go back down, right? It doesn't really make sense.
It is a best of 3, so the teams will have time to dissect their mistakes for both Philippines and Indonesia. But I do feel like from the draft, Philippines, like you mentioned, the front to back was the win condition that really shined for them, right?
Yeah.
Especially in the early stages of the game, they were able to give Soriano so much space in that back line on the Beatrix to create all these chances to happen, to siege turrets down like it's nothing, because it's a Beatrix. With the Renner, with the Bennett, clear waves super easily, taking turrets down like it's nothing. But they need to start utilizing that a bit more. They need to start looking for these team fights, I believe, and start sticking to, again, the win condition that has got them so far into that game already. 10 minutes in, complete control. Through what? Not
Wave
team
control.
fights.
I think wave control is the main issue here, because we see that the Philippines, they use a lot of resources to ensure that they have all that pressure and they can be at the right place at the right time before the Indonesians can. So I think that is something that Indonesians will have caught wind of as well. They will have adjustments to deal with this wave clear now, and we have to see, without that wave pressure, can the Philippines mimic the same kind of domination in that early game?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into game number 2, we're going to take a short break right here. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back right after this.
Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Got you, they got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Okay, so here we have Gabian for Onyx Esports, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how confident are you for the Indonesian Mobile Legends national team to win in this competition?
Yang pastinya yakin banget, soalnya kayak aku juga sering lihat kayak beberapa turnamen kayak mereka mainnya gimana, dan yang gak kalah jagonya sama tim-tim negara lain, jadi harus menang.
So what do you expect for Esports Indonesia?
Esports Indonesia sekarang kan udah dibilang lumayan maju juga ya di maksudnya dibanding negara-negara lain selain Filipina. Jadi ya semoga bisa lebih berkembang lagi, bisa lebih maju lagi, bisa banyak event gede di IESF. Amin.
So okay, for the last question, what is your opinion for IESF?
Opinion ya, udah oke banget sih. Apalagi tadi aku lihat kayak dari tahun-tahun ya, dari 2009 sampai sekarang itu kayak udah hebat banget, tetap pertahanin, dibikin jauh lebih baik lagi.
Okay, that's all. Okay, so today we have Malaysia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship in 2022, and we have a few questions. So the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momolin, menangkan Golin dan mid lane.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Dah menang match ni, perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power.
So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain lah. Sebab setiap team ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter orang.
So for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
What is the biggest challenge to beat an opponent?
Team mana yang bagi dia?
What is big?
The biggest opponent to beat the opponent is about we studied them. We need to Melayu je. Kita orang nak kena beat diorang daripada segi strategi dengan drafting itu je lah kot.
Tadi macam panjang.
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time and I hope the best for your competition.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
It was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row. But it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place. So we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine, and my impression was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. Yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. We're in the same group. I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
Okay. As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esports industry for the past few years, and there are many esports fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay. So that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best
for
this tournament. much. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT plus 7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Diri untuk menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya yang akan dilanjutkan dengan Mars PB Esports Indonesia. Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu ibu.
Pertama kita juga sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari IESF yang begitu memilih negara kita sebagai penyelenggara. Sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking.
Salam Esports.
Let's go Bali. Let's go Bali.
So, welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your field host. So, this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2 and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the ISF_official and also garudaku.se. So, before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Will Philippines equalize or will Indonesia get a clean sweep up against the tournament favorites? Welcome back to the caster desk with me, Mirko, and Arashi.
It's Mirashi?
Mirashi.
Back with you, ladies and gentlemen. And wow, we have to see, man. Will the pattern continues? Game day number 1. It's 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Will we see a same repeat?
It's very unlikely, right? I mean, looking
Yes.
at day number 1, you saw a lot of regions that are way more developed than others.
True.
There's a lot of skill discrepancies over there, but here, for a match as big as Indonesia, Philippines, well, a lot of people actually predicted a 2-0, but not for Indonesia. So you're already seeing your expectations and your predictions get shattered on the first game. But remember, it is a best of 3. The Philippines can definitely come back and equalize in game number 2, but there's an equal chance that Indonesia can take this game and get a clean sweep over Philippines.
Well, this is what we just enjoy, right? This is what makes the competitive scene so good. If you already know it's going to be a 2-0, if you already know what's going to happen, why bother watching? But now, we just have no idea. I mean, we do this for a living, essentially, and we have no clue what's going to happen. I can't imagine what you guys back at home are feeling right now, especially when you're very aggressively, passionately supporting your country of origin.
You know, as casters here, we obviously look at it by the books. The numbers is what we look at it primarily, especially when we're looking at a match as big as this. We predicted Philippines to win in game number 1 based on their draft and also based on their experience. This is a very well-experienced team, a team that we've seen compete in a lot of international events, winning the SEA Games, winning the M3 World Championships with this lineup. But without further ado, we're going to jump into the drafts for game number 2. Philippines now on the red side, so there is a swap.
There is a swap, but it seems like the bands are not too far different from each other, actually. If we can see here the Fanny, the Digi, and the Benedetta as well as the Atlas. So it's, you know, I think Philippines are still trying to curb that aggression coming in from the side of Indonesia. And Indonesia, on the other hand, wants to eliminate all these very annoying, very difficult problems, like the crowd control, like the Benedetta. They can be so elusive, especially in the hands of mechanical heroes, right? That is the main concern here, that mechanical prowess that some of these players can bring to the table on the right heroes.
We'll see if they go for their comfort picks again that we saw earlier on, you know. We did see Soriano pick that Beatrix. It's a signature pick. He's known as the Filipino sniper ever since he picked up that Beatrix at M3 when he displayed the crazy accuracy on the Renner, right? He also went on to get the finals MVP at M3. So whenever you see a Beatrix, especially on this Filipino side, you just expect them to find a lot of success with it. And they did early on. They utilized the Beatrix really well by clearing out the waves faster than the Melissa, not taking those trades, and again, going for that efficient macro gameplay by rotating together as a team. The Ube scrap that we've seen so many times before worked up against Team Indonesia. We watched the replay, and we saw what happened, what led up to that flank from Psychots that turned the game around. It was when Soriano stole the orange buff, and when he walked down to the mid lane, he did not check the bush. And this is something that I mentioned is very uncharacteristic for Soriano. Usually on the Renner, he shoots at every bush,
Just
he
in
doesn't
case.
leave any bush behind. He tries to open it up, and sometimes even after shooting it, he walks in just to check. And that's the little mistake. That's the little moment that actually ended up being the core, the reason, the sole reason, I believe, as to how Indonesia were able to come back.
It's definitely the turning point, right? It only takes one moment for you to lose a game where you've been dominating for about 10 minutes. This is why Mobile Legends is so exciting. The game's pace is insane, and once you lose your tempo, once you lose your advantage, it's a completely different game, and you need to adjust and do things differently from what you've been actually performing for the last 10 minutes. So now we'll have to see. I mean, the Beatrix, man, it's, at this point, you see a Beatrix, it's synonymous with the Filipino sniper almost. It just comes to mind. So this is definitely something that the Philippines will try and use again. And we already mentioned earlier that having such a diverse choice of weapons allows the Beatrix to do different things. Burst people down, clear waves, right? Poke people from far away, take down turrets from far away as well. So just like that, it has been picked up. And if you look at Indonesia though, that Farsa ban, I think they're trying to curb the range from the Philippines, because that is something that the Philippines absolutely use to their advantage. The kite back and that range advantage to poke down slowly but surely the members from Indonesia.
To add on to that, we already know that the Farsa is just a signature pick for Imam in that mid lane, but Indonesia will go for the same pick. You pick up the Beatrix, we'll take the hero that countered that Beatrix, that was able to give the Beatrix so much problems in game number 1. With the Yuzong now picked up, they are going to go for the Yve as well. And with this Yve, it does show that they are really trying to stop this Beatrix from being a problem. Soriano on his comfort pick once again, but he's already getting countered by 2 heroes, technically, right now.
With the right item builds, 2 or 3 bolts from the real-world manipulation will be enough to zone away to get the Beatrix low enough that he will be out of the fight. And to make things worse for him right now, the slows here will allow Psychos to catch up with anyone from the side of the Philippines that much more decisively. So the utility game is definitely on point on this Yve pick.
Agreed.
And if you think about it, I think it's gonna be very difficult for the Philippines to try and dive in towards the side of Indonesia as well. So the kiting game that the Philippines have been abusing so often has been slightly countered by this utility from Indonesia. It's a very smart option.
The Mathilda, though, they're still going and opting for the same pick as game number 1. But like we mentioned, Philippines don't really need to change their drafts. What they need to change, in our opinion, after the game, after we spoke about it a bit, is how they took that game, how they executed their game plan. Because it came down to that 10-minute moment, that moment where Soriano did not check the bush. That moment gave Indonesia a chance to turn the tides, and this time Philippines need to be a bit more disciplined. They need to stick with what works. Don't change the course of action by going for these team fights that are technically, or literally unnecessary with this team composition. They can disengage really well, they can siege very well, but you can see right now with the Melissa ban, Philippines are already changing just a few things.
Are they going to go for the front 2 backs? Because I was about to say, in the previous game, they made sure Brands was having a difficult time. They made sure that Soriano was the one having a great lane. But due to that action, Psychos was able to actually be relatively impactful in the game, despite a very rough early game as well. So maybe, I was thinking that they might just change their area of focus. But now with the ban towards Brands here, it seems like they are planning on doing the same thing, just better, just cleaner.
Well, in game number 1, they banned out the Leslie and the Claude. So that means with the Melissa ban, one of those heroes will be left to open. Leslie and Claude, which are both lethal in the hands of Bronze, right? And looking at how he played the lane, honestly, I do feel like Philippines might want to give Indonesia the Claude, ban the Leslie, right? Because Leslie will create more problems for them, especially if Brands gets to farm as he usually does. He's so good at playing it slow, farming to get those power spikes. And now we're going to have to see what they go for in the bans right now. And Rashi, what do you think it's going to be?
Ooh, Valentina has been banned away from Indonesia, by Indonesia actually. So Philippines, they won't have that kind of flexibility available to them. So it's interesting to see what exactly will be the solution, especially for that Yve. Not a lot of heroes can match that mid-range coming in, that long-range artillery and utility. So they might just go the opposite direction and go for something aggressive, something that can just be a big problem, a big kill threat for that Yve. On the side of the Philippines, though, they go for that Claude ban instead. So Leslie is the option that they would rather face, Mirko.
All right. That's something that I personally don't agree with, right? I expected them to ban the Leslie because in the later stages, this Leslie is going to create more problems for them. Remembering that Philippines already have a taunt, already have some CC, and they already have very good disengage. With the Mathilda, the Claude won't really be able to catch up in a lot of these positions, right? But I feel like Philippines are looking at it in another way. They're looking at that Yve, they're looking at that Divine Judgment from the Kaja and the Furious Dive, obviously with the Petrify from the Yuzong. All these 3 heroes can lock people down for the Claw to deal so much damage, and this team fight hero is going to fit really well in Indonesia's composition. So Philippines, they're already changing a few things here now, hovering over the Faramis to go to the mid lane into the hands of Imam. And this will definitely help them because the Faramis was also one of the reasons as to why they weren't able to melt the Indonesian members down.
not just melt the Indonesian members down, it's also the reason why they lost that fight, where they were able to keep, Indonesia was able to keep Brands alive using that cold altar, and of course, off the back of a very great play from Brands himself. But with the Faramis in the picture, the Philippines have a lot more utility when it comes to actual survivability. They have a lot of saves, a lot of shielding, and now with the cold altar, that extra bit, that second chance at in the middle of a big fight. But for Indonesia, having more control on where the Philippines can maneuver around, that might be a better solution. They have banned away the Lapu-Lapu as well, so the dive potential from Philippines is very, very minimal, and we have to see what exactly will be the choice here, because for the Philippines, it seems to be the same thing. Front to back all the way, abuse range, save our core members, and just like that, the answer from Indonesia, Leslie, and now it's the Akai.
Well, now considering that they have these two very vulnerable backline heroes, they need something like the Akai to provide a bit more peel, cover for the team, but Philippines respond with Grok in the jungle for Del Rosario.
What?
We mentioned that he likes to go for some crazy picks sometimes, like the Valentina, the Guinevere as well in the jungle. Well, he's trying to pull off the Grok in the jungle now here in IESF. Last time we saw it, it was high.
It was high, and it's just a very interesting situation here, because earlier in the game number 1, we saw that for Indonesia, they had an assassin, right? And that assassin was critical, because in the late fights, you saw that Soriano was just unable to get anywhere safe. He was chased away by the Black Dragon form, and he was deleted by Taz on the Gusion. Now, with an Akai instead of a Gusion, can Indonesia get the same kind of pressure onto Soriano?
Well, that question will be answered very, very soon as we enter the game, Arashi. But this time, I think we can agree that we want to see the best of 3 go all the way.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
this time, me and Arashi will be predicting Indonesia to win, to use the caster curse to get the most value out of this incredible series of Indonesia versus Philippines. Once again, as we jump into the Land of Dawn with Taz starting on the orange buff and Del Rosario doing the same on the opposite side.
Slow start for both these junglers. They are tankier junglers essentially, so they are going to be playing a lot more for utility, but I guess Taz on the Akai can be a lot more aggressive, and just like that, you can see that the Philippines, they really enjoy using Villaluna to get a lot of information and just be a big nuisance, and you can see the response coming in from the Indonesian players. The Philippines already dictating what the movements are going to be.
Both teams, again, just fighting for that mid control that is so prio, so necessary now in this current meta. Both Taz and Del Rosario are looking to go for this Lethal Wanderer, but it does feel like Indonesia will have a bit more of an advantage with the faster wave clear in the mid lane. That's the Lethal Wanderer secured by Taz, getting him a bit more XP and gold to play with. So he'll have that power spike very early on, already at level 4.
As we mentioned, the wave clear game is now being a lot more monitored, a lot more managed by the players from the side of Indonesia. They've suffered from it once, they are not trying to suffer the same fate again. So right now, they're just moving around, and I think before the first turtle spawns, it's going to be relatively slow, but as I say that though,
uh-oh, there you go. Ooh. That's the barrier with a wild charge. Psychos now going to be caught. First blood over to Philippines, but look at Taz. He's able to bring the members back in with a heavy spin. Del Rosario going to fall. The jungler for the XP lane, and Dapda will be forced to flicker out of there. Villaluna a bit late on this rotation to match up against the Indonesian mid laners, but it is still just going to be a 1-for-1.
So 1-for-1, so both teams now holding their own, but this is where things get a bit hairy. The first turtle, where everyone has their ultimates, we have to see who can actually weave in the better team fight.
No ultimate for Del Rosario just now. Taz gonna go for it. Will be able to secure the turtle with a brilliant retribution. Dreams gets knocked up, but Philippines decide to back off. Now Dreams flickering forward, gets the Divine Judgment onto Imam, who's able to flicker away. Psychots has the Black Dragon form, looking for it, just decides to zone the Filipino members here and backs off.
Back away, and we can take a look at how the changes have impacted this Faramis, right? The Cult Altar was used in that fight, and with one single spell, the rest of the team from Indonesia is able to melt down that HP bar. So it really isn't an all-win teamfight solution, but it is very situationally used to help save members from big burst damage.
Now it's a complete change from game number 1. Imam, though, going to be immobilized. That's the damage coming through. Whew. Sniped down by Brands, but the kill will go over to Hijume. Brands sacrificing a bit of gold there in the bottom side, but will still be able to catch up down below to pick up that cannon minion.
With stronger laners on the hands of the Indonesian players, they are now able to actually match the aggression, the fights, the skirmishes from the members of the Philippines. And now you can see that the Kaja pick is just having a lot more impact. This is what they wanted to do in game number 1, but the macro play coming in from the Philippines was able to deny that. That won't be the case for this game though, and now this becomes a contest of proactivity. Who can have the higher work rate, the more versatile maneuvers, and just the more proactive plays.
And this is the reason as to why I felt like the Leslie should have been the one, the hero, to be banned out by Team Philippines. Because you can see, on this Leslie, sure, you're very vulnerable, but you also are really good at actually going at duels up against the Beatrix. I would actually say in a 1v1, it's skill dependent, but Leslie has a bit of an edge. Why? Because he doesn't need to target any of his skills. It's not a skill shot. Meanwhile, for the Beatrix, you need to go for those render shots to actually be able to compete in that range battle.
They have to be careful though, because Soriano has the Blade of Despair completed. It will be a big factor in the next fight. The Turtle is being pressured for both teams, but it seems like the Indonesians will have a bit of a lead in the control game.
Divine Judgment and the Petrify. Imam gonna be able to pop the Cold Altar. Taz against 3 members, still able to secure the Turtle. Right now, Psychots jumps in with the Black Dragon form, zoning the backline away. Dapadap gonna be pinned down onto the wall with the heavy spin, and that's Hijume who picks up the killing spree. Everything going well for Indonesia, and everything going wrong for Philippines in the early game of Game 2.
They lose a member to the pickoff, they lose a turtle to the steal, so Indonesia is completely taking over and looking completely different. Is this a momentum thing? We'll just have to see. Hijume with the Ice Queen's wand right now will ensure that the Filipino members need to be a bit more careful, even more careful in how they want to position. They've been getting caught out without that slow as well.
Brands has just been farming up a storm. I really want to take a look at these items, right? It's a good steal by Soriano, but he got full turret gold, clearing waves constantly. He should have more gold than Soriano here with the assist that he got as well. But here in the mid lane, the bottom side river, Del Rosario going to be chained up again, and that's the pin down by the heavy spin. Del Rosario going to fall for the second time in this game. Dreams with another Divine Judgment over to Imam, as that's an Nibiru's Passion dealing no damage over to Taz, who jumps in again. Soriano zoned away, but the damage coming from Brands, shooting him down. Dapadap finally rotating towards that bottom side, but it's a bit too late once again. Team Philippines falling more and more behind as we go and progress into the game.
The Philippines are having very much trouble trying to manage distance because they're being slowed an insane amount. At any moment, it starts with the slow and then it gets followed up with the Divine Judgment, with the heavy spin. So Indonesia's pick-off game is going exactly how they want it to. And right now, they also have the advantage when it comes to range and also when it comes to that late game. They have that artillery with the real-world manipulation, and they also have the Leslie that can do a lot of true damage up to 2k in a single hit. And in the late game, Soriano will have a lot of issues trying to get any impact done in the middle of a big team fight.
There's so much CC from Team Indonesia. There's a lot of survivability from Philippines, but they need to be able to utilize that crazy engage from the Wild Charge, and right now, it just doesn't feel like they are going to be able to. Taz there going for the turtle. That's going to be the real world inflation that was popped into for Soriano to flicker out. They baited out the Cult Altar, and they baited out Villa Luna into the other side of the wall. Mid lane turret going to be sieged down. Brands looking just to poke the Filipino members, but it's a good disengage by both teams. It's still a small victory for Indonesia with that turtle take.
Look at how much movement, how much of a reaction you can see from the Filipino players whenever Psychots is on the map, whenever he makes an appearance. He wasn't even popping the Black Dragon form initially, and everybody was walking backwards in fear of that engage coming through. And when you are so focused like that, you are not looking at Taz with a heavy spin. You are not looking at Dreams waiting for that Divine Judgment.
What I want to look at is definitely the items here for Brands, because I wonder how much gold he's actually gone this game. So far, he has been left untouched to free farm. And he's dealing so much damage. That's going to be the flicker over to Divine Judgment as well to find Del Rosario. The true damage does its work. Brands picks up the kill. Dapadap trying to look for a re-engage now, but only taunting Taz. Look at the poke put down by Brands. Dream's gonna be in the midst of it all right now, as he is gonna be able to dish out some damage to zone the other members away. Dream still there with Psychots from Psychots with a Petrify to find Soriano, and the furious dive to get Imam low under the tier 1. Gunned down by Brands. It's a 2-0 trade for Indonesia.
Unreal execution coming in from Indonesia right now. We thought that Psychots was the main distraction. He was the one coming in from behind. You barely notice it until it's way, way too late. Let's take a look at that replay right now. The fight was breaking up. There's a lot of action back and forth, and Psychots out of nowhere. The tower doesn't even matter because it's way too low. Indonesia able to actually push Philippines into a very uncomfortable position, and now with all the advantages when it comes to crowd control, when it comes to damage, they are looking at a cruising victory in game number 2.
This is insane.
Unreal.
That's the word you can use for it, right? So much doubt for this Indonesian team after they qualified to represent Indonesia with only a week to prepare right after qualifying. Still able to play super well. And now they're rotating towards that top side. Taz soloing that lore. Del Rosario caught no one there to help him out. Has to use the wild charge defensively and will lose out on a lot of HP. Brand still is able to get out. Has the flicker. They're going to go in for another re-engage here. Just some poke down onto the frontliners. And you can see that true damage, Arashi. I really wonder what the items are looking like right now, because the damage is pretty unreal already in 9 minutes for a Leslie.
It comes with a true damage, and when you're concerned about the true damage, you can actually feel the burn coming in as well. Look at the items, as you mentioned. The Windtalker, the Endless Battle as well, allows him to get so much more burst damage initially, and after that, the Berserker's Fury allows him to dish out a healthy amount of DPS. On the other hand, you can see the Yves, right? Hijumi with the glowing wand. All these tanky members are taking percentage HP damage whenever he's dishing out these spells, and they are absolutely spammable. And the siege game is dangerous.
Luna going to be caught in that real world manipulation. Imam as well zoned away. The wave manipulation from Indonesia, absolutely phenomenal, as they are going to be able to use the lore down below to pick up a turret. With Psychot zoning the other members away with a Black Dragon form as well. That's base turret number 1 taken down. Top side pushing in, but Indonesia will decide to just play it slow, clear out the mid lane, and reset.
They have an absolute advantage when it comes down to those siege situations. Having the Yave, having the Leslie means that you do not have to go and force those fights, because there's no other way for the Philippines to dish back that kind of damage. Soriano is the only solution they have, and at this point, when the only option you have, when you only have a single option, it becomes very easy for your opponents to try and adjust to that. But the Philippines, it seems like they are not willing to completely concede control just yet. They need to be very careful though, because the flank game, that flank game is just so on point from Indonesia right now.
This is what we saw in game 1, only just the opposite happening here in game 2. Indonesia having control the whole 10 minutes early on. Philippines with a very similar flanking position here to look for something, but it's going to be a concealed play from Indonesia. And oh my god, Dream finds the Divine Judgment onto the best possible target. Soriano's out. Dapadap has to flicker out, but Psychos chases him down with a passive. Dapadap still surviving here. Only one member taken down, but that might just be the member that Indonesia needs to pick up some more base turrets. That high ground control is no longer available for Soriano. Dapadap trying to go in for some damage right there, but it's actually going to be petrified from Imam. He's going to be taken down. The wild charge in desperation. Villaluna in the back has to back off. It's an absolutely insane game and an insane performance from Indonesia as they knock Philippines down to the lower brackets.
How? What? Oh my, we have no words left right now. How was that possible? That is insane from Indonesia. The awareness to know where are the members from the Philippines, who to target in the middle of everything against a team as patient, as disciplined as the Philippines. Dream was able to find Soriano, and even afterwards, Psychots just denying that cult altar by going with that Petrify Furious Dive combo. Everything is just going so smoothly for them. It doesn't make sense. How is this possible?
Well, sometimes you ask these questions and even I don't know
The
how
caster
to
curse
answer them.
has broken, by the way.
They broke the caster curse, but what a performance by an Indonesian team that was doubted, that
Absolutely
was hated,
doubted.
that was not trusted. Nobody, or just a few people trusted this roster, and they definitely sent a statement to everybody, especially the haters, that they're here for the trophy. They're not here just to participate. They're here to conquer. And so far, up against the tournament favorites in the Philippines. We're going to take a look at the replay first, though, as to what happened, Arashi, in the highlights. I am still, honestly, quite speechless myself.
I think that the Philippines, they had a different game plan from game number 1. But for the most part, it's all pretty similar. So Indonesia made adjustments, and I really dare say that for the Philippines, look at their composition. It really isn't that much different. They only have a Grok as a different pick and a Fedrian, of course in different roles. But the utility game from Indonesia, the range they can abuse is just insane, man. The Yves pick, call me biased because I'm a Yves player, but I think it's an absolutely strong hero at this point in time. The utility is just so good. And right now, with the increase in the slow amount, even without the Ice Queens 1, you see that the Filipino members are constantly getting caught out. And with the Kaja, with the Akai, there's just so many tools available. And we talk about this a lot. You cannot be one-dimensional when you're going up against these top-tier teams. They will adjust to your single tool of the trade and maneuver around it. And Soriano felt all of that completely, man. Everyone is out for him, and he is constantly getting pressured, getting picked off again and again.
My goodness, this final fight by Dreams. His name is Dreams, but this game, he is the Filipino nightmare.
That's
what
pretty good.
A performance with the Divine Judgment with 2 games on the Kaja. First game, even we questioned that Kaja roam. Wasn't really able to do much early on, but this game he certainly showed why it's such a good pick as a roamer in the early stage with a team that gets to pressure early on, right? Except for the Leslie, every single lane has a bit more pressure, has a bit more kill pressure, and just overall a lead. Even in the jungle, Akai clears faster than the Grok, securing a lead early on with level 4. And Taz, can we just give Taz a bit more appreciation? He did not lose a single retry battle up against a world champion. Up against the Filipino champions. That's Del Rosario Wise from the Philippines. But like you mentioned, Rashi, this guy is the main man here. The utility, the damage, just take it all. Hijume was a perfect Yves in this game.
Zero Death doing all utility and providing that extra bit of catch or enabling for the rest of the engage. So it's a bit of a 2-layered engage, and it's just so difficult to deal with. The player spotlight, though, is going to be Dreams on that Kaja. Only a single death, despite being one of the more aggressive members from the side of Indonesia. And when your engage tools are this solid, are this dynamic, you don't really have to do much. Everyone else needs to just follow up at the right time and the right moment, and they are just set up for success. So Dreams, this is the impact he's able to bring for his team. And as we mentioned, I think it's just a matter of adjustments. The change from the Indonesian roster, or the Indonesian composition in game number 2 is very visible, and you can see instantly the difference in the performance, especially in that early game.
Lower brackets for Philippines. This is a scene that we have seen a few times before for the Philippines, right? Climbing their way from the lower brackets, but here,
none of the main carries have a death from Indonesia. That is crazy.
Rans, Hijume.
We can also talk about how Faramis, right? Same pattern. The team with the Faramis actually starts losing a lot of steam in the early game because the Cult Altar allows you to be a bit more aggressive, but at the same time, if you don't have the damage to back it up, then you're just allowing your opponents to just hit you more times before you get taken out. I think that is something that a lot of teams need to take into consideration. It is no longer a prio pick, it is a situational pick that can have a lot of value in the right situations.
I think again comes down to that gold lane, right?
Yes.
The Leslie was so good. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it over to our host to take it over right here from the caster desk. Let's see what he has to say.
Oke, kita sudah bersama Brans, perwakilan dari tim Indonesia yang sudah memenangkan game pertama between Indonesia and Filipina on first match of today 14 World Esports Championship. Brans, gimana hari ini? Expect gak hasil seperti ini?
Pastinya ya kita kan udah latihan kayak segala ya, jadi kita juga expect lah pasti bisa menang lawan Filipina, soalnya ya udah ada libur segala macam, kita latihan benar-benar fokus buat match hari ini dan kedepannya. Jadi ya alhamdulillah bersyukur.
Dari strategi yang kamu rencanakan bersama teman-teman, apakah semuanya bisa tereksekusi dengan baik?
Alhamdulillah hari ini bisa tereksekusi dengan baik melawan Filipina, cuman kan ini namanya turnamen panjang ya, kita tetap harus fokus ke match-match kedepannya.
Adakah lawan yang ingin kamu jumpai dengan teman-teman untuk nextnya, atau siapa yang paling pengen dijumpai?
Ya paling ya tetangga-tetangga kita aja, Malaysia kan ada mantan coach satu juga yang, dan juga Filipina kita pengen ketemu lagi lah di grand final.
Alright guys, itu tadi dari Brans ya. Sekali lagi congratulations bro for winning the first match of today. So we will have a short break, so don't go anywhere. Still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Thank you.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di Ice Stage ataupun yang ada di Fire Stage. Sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garuda Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah, sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya nih di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke booth-nya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya. Strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu. Mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak.
Oke, Battle of Guardian sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain itu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang macan putih. Macan putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game-nya sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Yeah.
Nah, sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg, jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh,
gitu. Jadi mereka memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter.
Oke.
Tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak nih?
Ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau kini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PVP.
Oke.
PVP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksibisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. Kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize pool-nya akan ada di 10 juta. Kita akan bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games, bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Benar.
Nah,
Kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu
iya,
kan.
benar.
Gitu. Oke.
Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF. Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain. Gitu.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu, boleh nggak Mbak?
Boleh, boleh banget. Yuk, kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya Mbak ya. Oke kalau kayak gitu. Mbak Jen, aku pamit. Thank you ya Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Okay, so here we have Gabian for Honest Esports. and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how confident are you for the Indonesian Mobile Legends national team to win in this competition?
Yang pastinya yakin banget, soalnya kayak aku juga sering lihat kayak beberapa turnamen kayak mereka mainnya gimana dan yang gak kalah jagonya sama tim-tim negara lain, jadi harus menang.
So what do you expect for Esports Indonesia?
Esports Indonesia sekarang kan udah dibilang lumayan maju juga ya maksudnya dibanding negara-negara lain selain Filipina. Jadi ya semoga bisa lebih berkembang lagi, bisa lebih maju lagi, bisa banyak event gede di IESF. Amin.
So okay, for the last question, what is your opinion for IESF?
Opinion ya, udah oke banget sih. Apalagi tadi aku lihat kayak dari tahun ya, dari 2009 sampai sekarang itu kayak udah hebat banget, tetap pertahanin, dibikin jauh lebih baik lagi.
Okay, that's all. Okay, so today we have Malaysia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship in 2022, and we have a few questions. So the first question: are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
It's fine. I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momolin, menangkan Golin dan mid lane.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Cakap orang. Dah menang match ni, perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power.
So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain. Sebab setiap team ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter orang.
So for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
What is the biggest challenge to beat an opponent?
Team mana yang bagi dia?
What will be?
The biggest opponent to beat the opponent is about we studied them. We need to Melayu je. Kita orang nak kena beat diorang daripada segi strategi dengan drafting itu je lah kot.
Tadi macam panjang.
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time and I hope the best for your competition.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
It was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, and then Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row. But it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place. So we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine, and my impressions was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. We're in the same group. I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
Okay. As we know, this is the biggest esport tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There will be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life. in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esport industry for the past few years, and there are many esport fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you,
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT +7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Sana penyelenggara sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking, Salam Esports. Jaya, jaya, jaya. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Okay, so today we have Argentina that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. Okay, so the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
¿Están contentos con la performance que tuvieron? Sí, estamos contentos y conformes. Yeah, we're really happy and up to our standards.
So the next question, what is your key factor that helped you to win in this match?
¿Cuál es el factor clave que les ayudó a ganar en este partido?
La unión entre todos y la confianza entre uno y el otro.
The union among us, trusting each other on all the decisions we had to make, for sure.
So even you have won this match, do you think there are things that you can improve to the next match?
Incluso aunque no hayan perdido ningún partido, ¿creen que hayan cosas que tengan que mejorar para el próximo partido?
Siempre hay cosas que mejorar y hay que ver los errores individuales.
¿Cómo que, por ejemplo?
Posicionamiento, visión, comunicación.
There are always things to improve, not only in the macro game, but also in the micro game. Like we could do like some better visualization of the map and positioning ourselves on the map. So we're going like rewatch our match and check what we did, so we don't make the same mistakes for the next match.
So you will facing other country in your next match. Will you use the same strategy on the next match?
¿Vamos a la misma estrategia contra el próximo partido?
Sí. Vamos a salir con todo. La idea es ganarlo todo. Somos la selección de Argentina y vamos a salir a ganar.
Yeah, well, it obviously depends on the pick and like the rivals we're going to have. But yeah, we're going to give all of us to the match. We are Argentina, we're proud of it, and we're going to show what Argentina is.
So this is the last question. What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
I'm sorry?
What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
¿Cuál es el principal desafío que tienen para vencer a sus rivales?
Estudiarlos y entender cuál es su forma de juego para poder contrarrestarla.
Yeah. So our biggest challenge is to understand our rivals so we can think of a strategy to overcome them before they come after us.
Okay, that's all for all my question. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope the best for this competition. Thank you.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di ice stage ataupun yang ada di fire stage. Sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garuda Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya nih di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke booth-nya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya. Strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu. Mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak.
Oke, Battle of Guardian sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain itu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang Macan Putih. Macan Putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game-nya sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Yeah.
Nah sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg, jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh,
gitu. Jadi mereka memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter, tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak nih?
Ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau ini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PVP.
Oke.
PVP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksebisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize poolnya akan ada di 10 juta.
Oh,
Kita akan
wow.
bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games, bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Benar.
Nah,
Kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu
iya,
kan?
benar.
Gitu. Oke.
Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF.
Oke.
Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain gitu.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu, boleh nggak Mbak?
Boleh banget. Yuk,
Oke.
kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Yuk. Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya Mbak ya. Oke kalau kayak gitu. Mbak Jen, aku pamit. Thank you ya Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Okay, so here we have Gebian for Onyx Esports, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how confident are you for the Indonesian Mobile Legends national team to win in this competition?
Yang pastinya yakin banget, soalnya kayak aku juga sering lihat kayak beberapa turnamen kayak mereka mainnya gimana dan yang gak kalah jagonya sama tim-tim negara lain, jadi harus menang.
So what do you expect for Esports Indonesia?
Esports Indonesia sekarang kan udah dibilang lumayan maju juga ya maksudnya dibanding negara-negara lain selain Filipina. Jadi ya semoga bisa lebih berkembang lagi, bisa lebih maju lagi, bisa banyak event gede di IESF. Amin.
So okay, for the last question, what is your opinion for IESF?
Opinion ya, udah oke banget sih. Apalagi tadi aku lihat kayak dari tahun-tahun ya, dari 2009 sampai sekarang itu kayak udah hebat banget, tetap pertahanin, dibikin jauh lebih baik lagi.
Okay, that's all.
Energi
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Okay, so today we have Malaysia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship in 2022, and we have a few questions. So the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momolin, menangkan Golin dan mid lane.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Cakap orang.
Dah menang match ni, perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power.
So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain. Sebab setiap tim ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter orang.
So for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
What the biggest challenge to beat an opponent?
Di mana yang bagi dia?
What the big
The biggest opponent to beat the opponent is about we studied them. We need to Melayu je. Kita nak kena beat diorang daripada segi strategi dengan drafting itu je lah kot.
Tadi macam mana?
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time, and I hope the best for your competition.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Gabbana, Fendi and Adana. Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Got you, they got you. They got you, 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 got you, they got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana. Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
It was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine. And my impressions was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. Like, we're in the same group. Like, I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. I mean, focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esports industry for the past few years, and there are many esports fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you,
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT +7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja. Popmi, ransel, Popmi. Biar seru nggak keputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy.
sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport, tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking, Salam Esports.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
So, welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your field host. So, this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2 and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the IESF_official and also garudaku.se. So, before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Saya membuka secara resmi 14 World Esports Championship.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak keputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di ice stage ataupun yang ada di fire stage. Sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garuda Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah, sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya nih di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke booth-nya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya. Strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu. Mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak.
Oke, Battle of Guardian sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain itu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang macan putih. Macan putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game-nya sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Yeah.
Nah, sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg, jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh,
gitu. Jadi mereka memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter.
Oke.
Tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak nih?
ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau ini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PVP.
Oke.
PVP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksebisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah, sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja, dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. Kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize poolnya akan ada di 10 juta. Kita akan bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games, bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Benar.
Nah,
kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu
iya,
kan?
Benar.
Gitu.
Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF. Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain gitu.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu, boleh nggak Mbak?
Boleh banget. Yuk, kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya Mbak ya. Oke, kalau kayak gitu. Mbak Jen, aku pamit. Thank you ya Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Back again with me on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Still on the air stage with me, Gary Eka, for the second match of Mobile Legends Bang Bang for today. After we see Indonesia beat Philippines with 2-0, so we'll start the second match. Who will be going to the upper bracket or go back home? Alright guys, before we start the match, like usual, I would like to give you information about the event. The IESF 14 World Esports Championship will be the part of the Indonesia Esports Summit 2022, an annual celebration of the country's esports ecosystem initiated by IESF and of course PBSI, with the goal to involve all esports stakeholders in Indonesia, including game publishers, game developers, pro teams, athletes, influencers, brand, community, and media in the country. All right, let's start the game. Let us invite the team who will compete for the second match for today. The first one is, please welcome Namibia! All right, the boys is ready here for Namibia, and they will face second team. Welcome, Vietnam! All right. One of the team is ready for today, so I will ask each of them one simple questions. Are you ready for today?
We're ready and we're excited.
Ready and excited. What about you? Are you ready for today?
Ready.
All right, both of the team ready, so please handshake each other and you can go back to please. All right, everyone, second match of Mobile Legends Bang Bang on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 will be start. Namibia versus Vietnam. Let us take to the caster who will lead the game. Please welcome Momo-chan, Mirko.
Super ready indeed. Namibia and Vietnam, they walk their way back into the air stage once again. They lost both of these teams yesterday, clean swept by both Cambodia and Malaysia. But they're here to learn from the mistakes that they made yesterday and come back as a stronger team.
Yeah, it has to be something new that they will bring for us for today, because this is their last chance to go to the next bracket. So whoever loses in this match, it means they have to say goodbye.
This is the first elimination match of IESF 2022 for MLBB, and it's either Vietnam or Namibia that goes home, that gets eliminated here in the second match of day number 2. And again, we need to talk a little bit about these teams, Momo-chan, because I feel like there's a little bit of a similarity between Vietnam and Namibia in the early game. For Vietnam and Namibia, both of them really struggled in the early game yesterday up against Cambodia and Malaysia. So the question I have for you now, and just a question I have that's lingering in my mind, is have they fixed that issue? Are they going to try to find those proactive movements and try to control that early stage?
Yeah, I quite agree with you, because Namibia and also Vietnam, they are quite passive actually in the early minutes here. Maybe what makes a little bit different between these two teams is actually once Vietnam, they already have they already have the condition that they think they can make sure they can go for the team fight. They will just go for it. It's totally different with Namibia. They are play really passive, and they are very in the slow tempo. So what makes that maybe Vietnam, they have so much upper hand in these matches, in my humble opinion.
And even though Vietnam actually lost in the early stages of the game, they were able to make it somewhat competitive, especially in Game 2 up against Team Malaysia yesterday with the Carmilla in the jungle.
Yeah.
They really like that pick, and that's something that can be read out this time around. For Team Namibia, they have some data on Vietnam this time, and for Vietnam as well, they're going to have some data on Namibia. Because yesterday, Namibia, so far in this tournament, has had the most fascinating meta. First picking Ruby in yesterday's second game up against Cambodia, which in the end did not work. But again, this just shows the uniqueness of Namibia and their region.
Yeah, if we compare about the meta or maybe the draft pick between these two teams, I could say that Namibia, they are more into their comfortable pick, such as Ruby and also Loi, right? Export for Slasher, which is maybe it's not that effective for the current meta. If you compare to Vietnam, they are having more solid draft here. They always try to play when they pick also the Carmilla, Sicilian, even Aemon. So it's actually from the drop and pick, Vietnam looks very solid, but for the execution, for the engage, I think it's kind of a little bit hard when it comes into the game.
We'll see once again, right? Who gets to control that early game? Because so far in this tournament, team that controls the early game has much more of an advantage coming into the mid stage of the game, and obviously even towards the late stage. Fun fact, we've never gone to the late game so far in this tournament. For Namibia, Vietnam, they've also never gone to the late game. I think the longest game we've had
is
was
the first matches now.
Yeah, it was 11 minutes. That's
11 minutes? Yeah.
That was the fastest.
If you compare from our first day yesterday, actually, yesterday it was quite fast, ended the game in 11 minutes, in the 10 minutes. I think it's because they have a mentality pressure as well, because they play in the offline event, right? They play on the stage, and the total prize pool of this event is also very big. But the player head-to-head between these two teams, Subscope as the gold lane, if you compare to Hehe as the gold lane for Vietnam, like I said earlier, between these two countries, they totally have a different pool hero.
Very different.
Very different.
I think we saw the Clint and then also the Popol and Koopa from Zubscop yesterday.
Yes.
Unfortunately, on these two bully heroes, he wasn't able to actually win out in that lane in the trade as well.
Unfortunately.
It's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
And because of that, I feel like right now, for Namibia, they need to try to help Zubscop out. Because if he doesn't win in these 1v1s, the gold lane is no longer just a 1v1 lane. You can obviously just rotate towards there and get him ahead via ganking. But obviously, speaking of ahead, IESF 14 World Esports Championships is supported to you by wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora, NOC, and Connie. And we would also like to give a special thanks to all of our sponsors, JHL Group, JHL Auto, Nusapay, DAS, Gudang Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence. We also have Hydro Coco, IndiHome, Telkomsel, HIN, Episode Hotel with our beautiful venue, Merusaka Nusa Dua, Mineski Global, Indonesia Football E-League, ESID, and Lemon ID.
And thanks for our media partner, which is cooperate with this event. We have Net TV, we have Trans7, Detikcom, Esport ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and Kami Bijak. Thanks for all the sponsors, thanks for all the supports here. Without you guys, maybe we won't be here.
No, definitely not, right? All these sponsors have helped us, have helped this event, and so far, it's been a banger.
Amazing.
First match set the tempo for the
Yeah.
day, Momo-chan, and currently the tempo is fast-paced, team fight-heavy gameplay in the meta. So that's why you're seeing a whole lot of AoE heroes being banned out. In game number 1 and 2, Farsa, Benedetta, Atlas, Diggy, all these AoE, all these crazy team fight heroes have been the prio here in the meta.
Agree with that. And so it depends on the ban phase, maybe. The first three banning phase, the draft as well. Maybe Vietnam, they don't like to meet these Martis, they don't like Valentina. The first 3 ban was amazing for both of the teams. They know what they have to do. They know what hero actually they have to ban out. And we would like to see how about the draft ban and pick for both of the countries, because we are ready to go for the first game.
Let's see Namibia on the blue side as we enter the draft for game number 1 of match number 2. Fanny still the prio here. We've seen that Namibia always bans Fanny in the first phase, whether they're in the red stage, red side, or the blue side. They're always banning out this Fanny, and right now, so far, hasn't changed.
Hasn't changed, and even I think Valentina could be the priority as well for both of the teams, or maybe Wen first, as what actually Vietnam always do. They always ban out this 1-1. They don't want to take a risk. Of course, they don't want, trying to giving their lane into the hand of 1-1. They don't want to make this 1-1 actually snowballing in the hand of their opponent.
Well, the Paquito ban from Namibia is something very, very interesting. We've never seen a Paquito ban in the first phase so far in this tournament. So there's definitely something that Namibia has on Vietnam. Maybe it's possible data from their scrims where Namibia lost perhaps to Vietnam on that Paquito. We'll see. But Vietnam just prioritizing the ban towards that Kaja. Just like yesterday. They were actually the ones who played the Kaja and who lost on the Kaja in the mid lane though. So, Momo-chan, there are 3 possibilities right now that we've seen in IESF 2022 for Kaja. Mid lane, roamer, and jungle.
Yeah.
Dreams was able to get a win
Yeah,
on the roam.
on the roamer role. Yeah,
What do you
I thought if you talk about the first match just now, I just think that it's not that wise to take out Kaja, to let your enemy take Kaja as the first pick. I think it's just
very expensive.
With the Divine Judgment, it has a lot of potential to be done by Kaja. So I think it's quite unlucky, But yeah, let's see. It's gonna be the next band coming from Namibia. It's Martis.
Ooh, Leomord is open. Momo-chan, the Leomord is wide open here. We'll see if they want to pick it up. They go for the Akai instead, Momo-chan.
Okay, they could pick this Akai or maybe another hero for Namibia, but Akai as the first pick for Namibia. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they has a chance to get Leo Mort, or maybe if they want to, they can pick out this Diggy. Okay.
I think this works. If they go for the Diggy and the Leomore, two
So
very
it should
prior
be
heroes.
a babysit gold lane.
Should be.
Possibility,
but
right?
They go for the Benedetta.
Wow.
Though, with the Diggy. But yeah, maybe because they've already picked up that Diggy, they're not really going to go for anything. They're not going to go for the gold laner first, right? They already know that with this Diggy, whatever they choose later on to put into the gold lane will always be winning because of this Diggy that's going to be constantly in the gold lane. But Momo-chan, yesterday we saw the Luoyi, we saw the Vixana as well.
Yeah.
And it did not work out. We saw two Vixanas yesterday from two different teams.
Yeah.
And both lost. 0% win rate on this Vixana. And currently they're hovering over. No, they just lock it in. The Hylos, that should be the roamer for Namibia. A very interesting pick, as again, that stun will be completely nullified by the Diggy. The eye for an eye as well from Benedetta.
Yeah, but I think Mortizi, he's very confident with his pick, with the Luoyi, with the Vexana pick here. But the thing is, the engage it should be totally different, right? If you compare to the first day, it still has like 0% win rate for this draft from Namibia. So they have to bring something else to us with the same draft like yesterday.
There's already a difference though from Team Vietnam. They really enjoyed playing the Carmilla. But Joga this time will just opt to go for the Barats. First picking it here, well, last picking it in the first phase.
Okay, but going into the second banning phase here, there's not gonna be Leslie be picked by Namibia. They can just ban out all of the gold lane here.
They
but
can.
Like maybe Clint,
Popo, and Koopa,
even
those
though
are the two heroes.
Yes, even though it hasn't worked yesterday, but it might be work for today. But there's no Cloud as well, since Vietnam, they also haven't chosen their own gold lane here. We still have a lot of options such as Melissa, or maybe Popol Koopa, or even Beatrix.
Yeah, the Beatrix has been a favorite here in this tournament. We've seen it many times.
Yeah.
The Ruby respect ban.
Ooh.
The pick that we spoke of earlier on.
Because Vietnam almost, actually Namibia almost giving some pressure, you know,
Oh yeah. They had
towards
the Ruby
Cambodia.
definitely had an impact in the game, right?
Yeah.
Especially with the first pick. Wow.
That's
but
right.
now we're gonna see the final ban. It's gonna be the Yves respecting Vietnam, but like you mentioned, that's his name, right? Beatrix. Favorite picks up the Beatrix now. Oh, it's still
another
for the export.
So actually, this draft is like, you know, the combination between the game number 1 and game number 2 yesterday. It's interesting because
They're learning.
Yes, we will see. Maybe there's something, you know, different approach that Namibia will bring to us for our first game. Exborg for Slicer for sure, and who is the?
I think it's gonna be
gold
Popol.
lane?
Yep.
There you go.
That was the response yesterday from Namibia when Team Cambodia picked up the Beatrix.
Beatrix,
they went for the
yes.
Popol, trying to win out in that lane, but now with the Farsa, that's definitely going to be a bit of a hassle to deal with for this Popol and Koopa that's going to be outranged completely by, firstly, the Feather Airstrike, secondly, that Renner Snipe.
Okay, maybe the ultimate snipe as well coming from
Exactly.
Leslie. I think it's gonna be a little bit troublesome, but still with the comfort pick.
Hold up.
Still with the comfort pick from Namibia. So I would like to see something different from this team.
I'd like to see what they've learned, right? After yesterday's loss against Cambodia, a very aggressive Cambodia. Can they now actually play aggressive in the early stage and fix it? Because they have the Popol, they have the tools necessary to control this early game, and we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to do it here up against a team that are so good, actually. That is so good at holding on and weathering the storm.
Vietnam almost brought to us to the third game yesterday.
First third game.
Yes, I know, right? Because, you know, Malaysia, they almost got shouted down so many times by Vietnam in the second game, but after maybe some minor mistake from Malaysia, they finally beat it with 2-0. But here we go for the first game between Namibia versus Vietnam.
Let's see Both junglers opting to go for the opposite route here. Joga on the purple buff. Meanwhile, you can see Numeraholic on the orange buff. And as we mentioned, wait a minute, bottom side, the King caught here in the 1v1. Slasher VT almost solo killing the King, who's still able to get out with the dashes and with a successful cut. That isn't too bad, but still, that's a lot of HP lost.
Actually, it's a high risk though, actually, for the King, because and suddenly Numeraholic got baited in the mid lane, and it's gonna be a little bit, because it's the jungler. It's the jungler.
Oh
and
no, the purple buff.
Yeah, and the jungler from Vietnam will lead maybe like 1 or 2 level later on.
Uh-oh, bottom side, the King, who had 1 HP now, is back, and he's winning actually in the trade here. Bottom lane in the XP lane. The King going in for a kill right there on the bottom side, but look at this up top. It's going to be the Detonus welcome by Joga. Caught in, stunning 2 members down for another kill over towards Vietnam's MDH Esports team.
Yeah, meanwhile, 2 members from Namibia need to go back a little bit. Here, looking very, very low for more TZ and also NT.
So far, the game is looking to be kind of a deja vu to what we saw yesterday in the Cambodia versus Namibia match.
And I can see that Vietnam, they really done their homework, okay? They've done their homework here by trying to play aggressively in the early game.
Very aggressive so far, and even in this goal lane, what we mentioned came true. Zubskop unable to hold his own up against 2 members here, which they're going for. Reverse time and Nibiru's passion. Zubskop taken low. They're looking for a dive here, and Zubskop will be taken down up in the gold lane, as that should be a turret as well taken by Vietnam. A turtle for free, no contest from Team Namibia. That's going to be terrifying for the airstrike, finding its mark, finding the kill onto Mortsi.
And still looking for more, but Numeraholic be able to run away. Meanwhile, it's gonna be the next target, which is Slasher. And Slasher, luckily, still find a way how to go back a little bit and don't want to force himself to join the skirmish in that bottom lane.
5-0 in 2 minutes. Slasher VT going to be taken down here as well. The King picking up another solo kill in the XP lane, and that is still Numeraholic, who's not getting any space to farm in his own jungle. Purple buff stolen away. That's going to be the follow-up as well. The heavy spin defensively and the glorious pathway used with no follow-up will mean that Entropy will have to recall with very low HP.
God. It's looking very bad for Namibia, because in the first 3 minutes, look at that, the Feather Astra kills that comes from Need My Help. It makes all of the player from Namibia couldn't do much. Cannot do much here, and in the first 3 minutes, Namibia, they already lose their mid turret.
Slasher VT about to lose his life as well with the turret. Not just the mid lane fallen, but every single member so far except for Entropy, who's still sitting at 0 death as a roamer. He's waiting for that moment right now to look for a big play, but it's going to be the terrifying over to Joga, who's just going to walk them down with That's His Welcome. Able to munch on one of the members here, spitting him out. Mort's going to be taken low, taken down with the airstrike, as that's his 3rd death in the game. It looks like Hehe wants to go for more. Entropy, the first death of the game for him, as that's going to be a double kill for Need My Help.
Oh my God, I think it's looking very bad for Namibia, because they are, they are being driven away by Vietnam here. And Vietnam, they are getting snowballing right now.
Well, snowball is a strong word here. For Vietnam, it's literally what they're doing, but I feel like snowballing is a bit of an understatement. They are absolutely just stomping Namibia currently. It's completely dominant right now, as they are going to look to siege that mid lane turret. Lord hasn't even spawned in Momo-chan, and they're looking for that bottom side. For the airstrike to zone the other members away. Bennett's Rage as well, but the last Insanity to the back lines will deal a lot of damage. That's the first kill for Namibia, as they are on the board. The King going to be pinned down, and that's another for Namibia. They're looking for more on the board. Joga still staying there. Needs to respect Namibia. And they do. They back off.
Yeah, they have to back off a little bit, losing 2 members from Vietnam here. I think they also don't want to force to play a little bit, maybe I can say careless, because even though they are dominating, but slowly but sure, Namibia, they can find their own way back.
I'm looking at it right now, Momo-chan. I'm trying to think about the win condition for Namibia. But even if, let's say they get to that late game, if they are able to weather this storm, this Popwell is going to fall off compared to the Beatrix. And they're getting baited in here. Purple Buff taking out the poke from that Feather Airstrike.
Yeah,
It's
Namibia,
massive.
they really have to rely on this Subscope, right? Meanwhile, Subscope didn't get any space to do the farm. It's hard for him to farm right now because all of the lane management is being controlled by Vietnam. And now look at the minions coming into the mid bastard. And look how free, hey. Look his Beatrix.
Momo-chan, Lord hasn't even spawned. We're still waiting for the third turtle of the game. They're already in the base, cracking it. Deathless Welcome popped in, heavy spin as well, but that's the time journey to negate all of it. The King under base still able to get out for a bit before Slasher VT picks him up. Now the Beatrix with the Bennett deletes Mort like it's nothing, and they will be able to look for the base currently with 2 minion waves simultaneously pushing in the mid lane and that top lane. They're looking for the end. 6 minutes. This is for the record.
This is, I think, the fastest game if they can end this game in the 7 minutes game. But look at that. Need my help. Still have the Pharaoh Astride. Looking for a good positioning here. But North is still able to be taken down by Namibia. They are still holding up their base. They are trying to defend their base without giving an opportunity for Vietnam to finish the game as soon as possible.
Well, right now, that's the DB Passion. They're eating it up. Entropy going to be taken down by the final blow in the dashes from the King. And that's another kill over for Vietnam. Momo-chan, they're looking for the end right now. Heavy spin, buying a little bit more time, but the time journey comes in as well. Now, with the Eternal Guard, they're trying their best to still stay alive, to survive the siege, but it does not look like they can. Last Insanity to the back line. Snart going to be taken very low, taken down with the Vexana, but it's still going to be a 1-for-1.
They are still hanging up in their own base here. Namibia and Vietnam, they even doesn't want to go back. They don't want to go back. They really want to force the team fight here inside the base of Namibia, and it takes a lot of risk actually.
It's crazy.
If maybe they can try to control the Super Minion from all of the lanes, maybe they can finish in the under 10 minutes game.
True. Numeraholic though, he's going to be eaten up again, taken down. Lord finally spawns in the Land of Dawn. MDH, Vietnam, completely ignoring the Lord, ignoring the third turtle. They just want to get done with this game as fast as possible. That's Entropy, who tries to soak in damage. That's Mort gunned down. And it is going to be another game under 10 minutes in IESF as Slasher VT tries his best in desperation to look for the defense. With a heavy spin from Numeraholic, it will not be enough, and Vietnam will claim the first game in 8 minutes.
I think this one is the fastest game, is it? Correct me if I'm
7
wrong.
minutes was
7
Cambodia.
minutes.
Yeah, Cambodia had the record, 7 minutes.
Yesterday?
Up against Namibia.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Namibia, they seems still look very, very lost as well in the second day. Especially this is the lower bracket match between Namibia and also Vietnam. So they only have a small chance here, Mirko.
One more game, and they will be eliminated. Namibia, they're gonna have to find a new strategy. They're gonna need to pull out everything. They cannot hide any more strategies here.
Yeah, they have to pull out their,
their A game.
Their A game, yeah. Because I just feel that this comfort pick that coming from Namibia still doesn't work at all.
The Popo and Koopa.
That's right.
The Vexana as well. Both of these picks we've seen twice now. The Vexana 3 times actually in this tournament, and so far they're all sitting at a 0% win rate.
Unlucky, but let's take a look to our highlight, which is the MVP goes into the hand of Joga. And unfortunately as well, that actually Vietnam, they done their homework yesterday. They play a little bit passive yesterday, but today they show to us their power in the early game. They play really aggressive. They try to, cut the minion in the second turret, which is it makes the actually Namibia need to go back a little bit, trying to distract it, giving a pressure as well to the player that try to cut the lane and clear the minion as soon as possible. And unfortunately, Numeraholic also got shut down so many times.
Look at the damage from the Beatrix at this point of the game. 4 minutes in, and she's dealing that much. Hehe. Those items for sure, Hunter Strike for sure, I think the Malefic Roar, and this was the moment where Vietnam actually made a mistake, where Namibia were able to capitalize, getting 2 kills on the board, and it actually looked pretty promising for Namibia. Thing is, they weren't able to convert onto anything with the waves completely shoved in. And you could see, slowly but surely, Vietnam ignored the Lord, ignored the neutral objectives, just going straight for the base because of the lead that they already have.
Yeah, and I don't think so. I don't think so. This is gonna work for Namibia if they are still picking the same maybe draft like yesterday or even the first game just now. I think Namibia they have to say goodbye in this tournament. But yeah, the hero pool is still become the problem for Namibia. They don't have much time, you know, to learn
prepare?
all. Yeah, to not only to prepare, to maybe just to learn how to maximize their potential for the another hero here, such as, you know, they can use Lilia, or maybe they can use Benedetta actually, rather than Axborg, even though Benedetta became the first pick for Vietnam. Aka is a good option, but you really need to rely on the other damage dealer here. Popol Kupa is not enough for Namibia to just giving a contribution for the damage here. And our MVP match will go into the hand of Joga. This guy.
Solid player, man.
Solid player. He didn't die at all. And of course, we will spotlight Jnard. Even though he died 3 times, but with this Digi,
He's
it
a roamer.
cancel. Yeah, it's cancel all of the CC that Namibia have with the heavy spin that Akai has. It is useless. Okay, he keep giving a poke damage as well with the alarm bomb, and he can't even pull out the enemy who wants to try to go back.
The reverse time, everything honestly comes
That's
in
right.
handy, especially just babysitting that gold lane, because we know that if the Popol and Koopa doesn't get snowballed early on or doesn't get turrets, it's done. Popol does not scale well to the late stage, and the Beatrix was able to find such a massive lead early on up against this Popol, so Subscop just wasn't really able to find or to utilize anything from this pick. And you could see, one Windtalker, just the Windtalker built up for him here in the game. Meanwhile, for Hehe, man, BOD, Haas Claws, and the Malefic Roar.
Yeah. Oh my God, just too dominating for Vietnam. They seems they know that what they have to do, which lane actually become their prio here. But without babysitting to Beatrix into the Hehe lands, I think Vietnam looks very, very okay with their own draft here, right? Because they got Benedetta who can go back and who can goes into the backline here. They have Digi to just, you know, keep giving a pressure with the poke damage, and also the Barras with the Donas welcome. Whoever player that come from Namibia trying to dive in, he'll just use the Donas welcome and trying to turn back the table.
It's too tough, right? Because again, this is something that we've seen many times before.
Yes.
When you pick up an Akai, the opponents can just, they have an option to pick up the Benedetta. With the Eye for an Eye, you can actually just stop that heavy spin from doing anything by countering it. And to add on to that, they also picked another counter towards the Akai. It's the Barats that cannot be CC'd, unstoppable when he is using or channeling his Detona's welcome.
That's right, especially if he already got his passive right with the big guy.
He's a big man.
He's a big man, you know, you cannot stop the damage that's coming from that big guy. And we know how hurt and how painful is the damage is from Barrats. But yeah, and especially no one can touch Parsha
No one.
at the backline. That's the problem. Namibia, they don't have Fusong, okay? Maybe they don't have Paquito because they ban out that Paquito, means there's no one can cut into the backline here. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they have Benedetta at the hand of the king. So it looks very, very almost perfect for Vietnam. Except they maybe sometimes, you know, force themselves to just end the game as soon as possible since the minutes number 6.
Well, Momo-chan?
Yes.
since we've had a lot to say, you know, our telco operator partners, Telkomsel, has something to say as well.
Wow.
So guys, if you guys are looking for an amazing fun game, let me tell you, the return of Condor Heroes, a very interesting game with amazing gameplay and thousands of characters that you will enjoy in the game. Let's make your favorite warriors be the strongest warrior in the world. And you guys can bring your clan to become the unbeatable clan. Download now on Google Play Store or App Store. For more information, you guys can obviously just visit the website condorheroes.duniagames.co.id.
Yes, and other than that, if
Okay.
you are staying in Bali, for you guys and who also have the Telkomsel point and want to get some awesome merchandise, you just can get, you know, just come here. Come to Merusakan Nusa Dua because we have the venue. We have Telkomsel venue here, so you can redeem your points here. You can get free drinks, or even you want to, you know, playing some fun games with your friends, just to get more than million rupiah every day. Please visit the booth of Telkomsel.
Man, Telkomsel on my smartphone. I've been using Telkomsel for years on my Samsung Galaxy A33
Ooh.
5G.
Wow.
So yeah, there we go. Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Redeem right now and check out Telkomsel points and the app to redeem those points. But again, getting back into the game, it's time for Namibia to finally collect some points.
They have
too.
to fight. They have to fight really hard for the
Like,
second game.
If they're going to go down, if they're going to be eliminated, they need to go out fighting. They need to at least get one game, right?
They
one
need to
game.
all out. At least make it 1-for-1. At least.
Yeah, because if they lose here, they will be eliminated with 0 games won officially.
With 0% win rate, of course,
0%
because they
win rate.
haven't won any game at all since the day number 1. So I think it's very, very an important game as well for Namibia. Vietnam, of course, they don't want to go home. They really want to go to the next bracket and maybe even try to fight to get the slot into the grand final, right? So I think this is their chance as well for Vietnam. But if they want to give some point and try, or maybe if they don't want to, they just can finish it with 2-0.
Well, let's see, because we are going to get into the drafts for game number 2. The decider on if Namibia goes home with 0 games, or will they be able to put up a fight, equalizing up against Vietnam. MDH Esports that won in the Mekong qualifiers for MLBB.
MLBB, yeah. I know how hard maybe Namibia, you know, sometimes we know maybe in their country they don't have a lot of like this, you know, this kind of tournament, right? Because it's kind of a little bit, you know, it's hard for them to get an official tournament like this, or maybe a major tournament like this. So I think I can understand in the side of Namibia, but we will see how about the second game, because the draft pick started now. Akai is gonna be respect when coming from Namibia, and it's very interesting. Okay, oh sorry, actually yes, it's Vietnam, and Namibia is gonna be the second pick here, banning out that Funny.
Last time we saw the Fanny Ban, then the Wan, and then the Martis from Team Namibia when they were on the red side up against Cambodia in game 1 of that match. This time the Wan is actually banned out by Team Vietnam. With the Akai as well, so they're already showing respect to Namibia. Even though the Akai lost in game number 1, it still was a problem for them to deal with, right? They weren't able to end the game because of the Akai that constantly used the heavy spin to clear out the waves, but now Namibia, they're still opting to go for the Paquito.
Yes, that's right. And now, look at that. There's no Paquito, there's no Martis as well. Namibia, they can ban out that Kaja. I don't think giving Kaja into the hand of Vietnam is a really, really
It's
good.
risky.
Yes, it's not really a good option for Namibia. But yeah, we'll see. Or maybe they want to just contest it with Valentina if they want to. But 100% Vietnam will go for Kaja as the first pick.
Leomord also is an option for
Yep.
Team Namibia right now, but they will just go for the ban towards the Benedetta,
Oh.
respecting the king, but giving Vietnam the option to pick up a Kaja, Leomord, Valentina as well.
Yeah.
Valentina that gave them so much trouble in the first game up against Cambodia. And Vietnam can just choose to pick up the Valentina, dictating the draft from the get-go.
Yeah, I think Kaja will be the first pick for Vietnam, but no.
Valentina.
It's gonna be Valentina. Okay, and Namibia, they have their own nightmare right now.
You know, last time when a Valentina was first picked, Team Namibia, they picked up the Akai and then the Loyi. So now with the Akai banned out, they can't go for that anymore. Loyi still is an option. And another jungler that we have seen Numeraholic play is the Balman. They go for the Valier instead, which is honestly a solid pickup here, but is it a bit too early to reveal the Valier? A hero that's, again, very vulnerable, very squishy, very easy to kill. Argus pick from Namibia.
Okay.
In the jungle. It does seem like, wow.
Wow, Argus?
Wow.
It's very, very interesting because we know that how unique Namibia, right?
We saw the Ruby first pick. We saw the Loyi. We saw the Vixana.
Yep.
Now we're seeing an Argus.
Oh, it's
and an export.
Interesting. Okay, export in the hand of Vietnam here. Meanwhile, Franco with the bloody hand and also the iron hook that coming from Vietnam, it's gonna be another nightmare for Namibia. Is it gonna be Faramis? So Faramis Roamer?
Faramis Roam could be an option here. We have, or well, Valir Roam, right? It's also an option here for Namibia, but they will go and lock that Faramis in. Now into the second banning phase we go. Namibia, the first ban here. This last time they went for the ban towards the Ling and the Hayabusa, respecting Cambodia. Now, will they go for the same? Noticing that Vietnam have not picked up a jungler. No.
No.
They'll go for the Claude.
I think they will just ban out the gold lane, you know.
The Beatrix next.
Trying to minimize the option for the gold lane heroes here. Is it gonna be Beatrix or Melissa? Or another Popol Koopa?
Uh-oh, but now you're also seeing the bans come in for Vietnam.
Yes.
That's the Clint ban.
The Clint
we
ban.
might see a Popol ban, and if we do see that, that means Zubskop is going to have to play a hero he's not comfortable with.
Wow, is it gonna be, you know, maybe a Layla? Because we saw Layla yesterday.
Oh my god, you're right. Cambodia actually picked the Layla. It was a mistake in the end, Momo-chan,
Yeah.
because they picked Joy and it was disabled. But it's an Angela ban. Again, Namibia, they did lose. They lost to the Angela in the first game against Cambodia. Cambodia, with the Lapu-Angela combo, were able to just, they did nasty things, man. They just 1v4 wins, 1v5 wins for Boom. And now Namibia, from that game, have learned that, hey, maybe the Angela might not be a wise decision, right? But now I do think it's going to be the Popol and Koopa ban for Vietnam. And oh, here it is. What will Zubska play?
There's still Melissa left behind.
Melissa, Brody,
Brody,
Bruno, Beatrix, Leslie, you're right.
Leslie, right?
Oh man, Leslie.
There's still a
Thing
lot
is,
of
though,
options.
So far, Momo-chan, he's played the Clint and the Popol, both bullies in the
Yes.
lane, both really good in the early game.
Maybe
and
both of them are the most comfortable
exactly.
hero for
And
for
these two
him.
heroes are very good in the early stage, but he's lost in the early stage with the two best early game heroes. If he goes for something like Leslie, I don't think he's going to have a good time in that gold lane.
Actually, he needs someone can give in the pressure in the early game, but this Terisla for the EXP lane, Namibia, they already have enough CC actually. And with this Terisla, we can see the team fight duration for Namibia is quite long because they have to call altar as well from Faramis.
Well,
Meanwhile, the Bruno, like we talked about it earlier, is being picked by Vietnam. Meanwhile, Ling is gonna be the jungler for Vietnam.
Well, with the Ling and now the Bruno, we're seeing the exact same as yesterday we saw Civ from Argentina, from S11. Pick up the Bruno. He was absolutely amazing at that Bruno. Now, like you mentioned, the Leslie gets picked up. Namibia now up against Bruno, up against that Neymar skin. Look at that. I don't know. We'll see how this plays out. But what do you think on the drafts?
Actually, as I know, Namibia's draft here more into the mid until the late game. They have the early damage. It's only maybe from Valir, but not as much as Vietnam has. They have Ling here. They also have Valentina which is with the Arkansas, is very, very painful. And also they have Franco as a pick-off hero here. So pick-off strategy might be work for Vietnam. Meanwhile, Namibia, they have to drag this game into the mid and the late game composition. So it will work for them. But if Vietnam keep forcing themselves to have a skirmish and also team fight in the early game, it's gonna be a nightmare for Namibia.
And if Bruno snowballs, man, that's a savage in the making. But ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready to jump into game number 2 of this match? Once again, it's Vietnam up against Namibia. Game 2. Vietnam have the chance to send Namibia home 2-0, not giving them a single game victory. But Nimraholic on the Argus is looking to change that.
Okay, meanwhile, there's no pressure coming from Namibia towards the purple buff. From Vietnam here, they just keep playing a little bit passive from both of the team, especially in Namibia. They play really, really carefully here. And Slasher giving a same pressure here. Meanwhile, the King is gonna be his 1 versus 1 situation. And look at the Petrify that come from Slasher. And he is able to back off.
Well, Turpy is going to be caught here and it should be a kill. But no, he actually gets out with the help of that sprint on that Faramis roam. So the Lethal Wanderer was actually secured, even though Joga was the one who used that retribution. But as I mentioned, this is it. This is what's going to happen onto the Leslie. Zubscop all alone in the gold lane. That's going to be Joga who jumps in, and that's going to be a kill for Joga onto Zubscop. Entropy rotated up top, but it's just for him to get slain by Hehe on that Bruno.
Oh my god. The first 2 members that has been taken down from Namibia, and we know this is what we discussed it earlier, Mirko. Namibia draft is more into the mid and the late game composition.
What?
So, and what in the
1
first
minute.
1 minute, and maybe he can get the second one. The second turret in the top lane, it makes that Zubscops totally cannot do anything.
What is he supposed to do against a Bruno? He picked the Leslie into a Bruno, this matchup that does not favor him.
zone?
Especially with the Ling as well. There's so much kill pressure on this Leslie. And you can see 0-0 with the first turret taken down in the first minute of the game. They're looking to find compensation. Nimraholic here going to be suppressed by the Bloody Hunt, taken down, but he has his ultimate, so he's still able to survive. But the last Insanity is going to be popped by the King under the tier 1. They don't even care about turrets anymore. They take it down like it's absolutely nothing, Momo-chan.
Agree with that, and it's very, very hard. But look at that, the Iron Hook connects from the north here, trying to punish the Anti with the Purify and also the Terrified that comes from the Need My Help here. It will make actually Anti will able to survive. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Need My Help that will be shut down by the member of Namibia.
Early, that's the first kill for Namibia right here in the game. But the turtle still falls to the hands of Vietnam. And now it does feel like, again, it feels like Nimraholic has lost complete control of the jungle now with the purple buff already being invaded on. The King, though, in a 2v1, goes over the last Insanity, dealing a whole lot of damage, but it's only the Cult Altar that gets popped. Meanwhile, down below, Slasher VT gets taken out. The King survives, and that's another turret over to the Bruno. Step the Blades popped in. Mort gonna be taken down. Nimraholic as well, as that's Joga absolutely just styling, picking up all the blades.
Oh my god, and in the first hour, 4 minutes here, we already have seen, we actually already see that the goal differences is just way too much from both of the teams. And there's another point kill coming from Vietnam in the mid lane here. Meanwhile, they just let the minion do the job.
And they're also helping the minions. That's the tier 2. Taken out in the 3rd minute of the game. Penalty zone by Slasher VT as he tries to deal damage, but up against a fed Bruno, you're not going to be able to out-damage him, man. That's the snipe coming in. He's 1 HP, blocked in by Need My Help, who's able to jump in clutch with the flicker to help his teammate.
Oh, but meanwhile, the Iron Hook connects and Zubscope needs to run away, but meanwhile, Need My Help will try to follow up as soon as possible, and maybe it's going to be, I can say, more faster game.
It does feel like it is.
Yeah, you know, it could be done in under I don't know, 7 minutes, 6
They're going for the
8
record.
minutes?
Yeah, it does feel like they are going for the record. Numeraholic here used his ultimate earlier, so he won't be able to survive in the skirmish. Joga with the Tempest Blades.
Tempest Blades.
Didn't need to use the Tempest Blades, but hey, that's swag points.
He just want to secure the point kill miracle. And now the left. They just got 4 turrets in the first 5 minutes.
They did. 4 turrets.
The dominance coming from Vietnam team. It's become a nightmare for Namibia. The mid-late game composition here, penalty zone comes in from Slazer, but look at that, the last Insanity connects to team member and 2 member downs in the mid lane.
Need my help though, stole away the ultimate from the Argus, so is gonna be able to survive that one. They're already looking to siege the base turret down in the 5th minute. Purple buff. The entire jungle, no, not just the purple buff, the entire jungle, Momo-chan,
It's being infected already.
It's Vietnam's now. It's technically... Namibia doesn't have a jungle at this point. They're stuck inside of their base. They're getting suffocated slowly but surely. And when a Bruno does that much damage to a Terizla...
Look at the volleyball.
Ow!
It's painful from Hehe because no one from Namibia can stop this guy. Okay, meanwhile, there's gonna be like 5 versus 5 situation in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, there's gonna be Argus comes up, but the last Insanity comes in. Penalty zone is quite a little bit late, and the killing spree goes into the hand of Vietnam, and it's left Zapskov, and I think it's gonna be another wipe out for Vietnam, and 6-minute games for Vietnam, 2-0, without any things that Namibia can do in the second game.
6 minutes!
6 minutes!
6 minutes!
6-0-1.
That's all it
I'm
took.
not mistaken. Is this the fastest game?
This is the fastest game
Oh my god.
I've ever casted in my life. 6 minutes. Yesterday was the fastest, 7 minutes.
In
And
this
now
year,
Vietnam have just broken the record. 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Oh my god. Vietnam have knocked Namibia out in 6 minutes and a total game time of, I believe, 60 minutes from game 1 and 2. Complete shutout here in the lower brackets, the first match of the lower brackets. And I am
totally speechless.
IESF continues to once again surprise me.
That's right. And congratulations for Vietnam. Finally, they continue their journey in the lower bracket, but unfortunately, Namibia have to say goodbye, and good game well played.
GG, well played indeed. The Bruno, that pick is so good when he gets snowballed.
It's not about the draft anymore.
True, but, you know, I feel like, again, Zubskop, Popol Koopa, Clint, 2 heroes that are early game centric. He hasn't been able to win any duels on those early game heroes. If he plays Leslie, right?
Yeah.
Bullied by the Bruno, bullied by the Ling and the Franco.
Like I did.
What is he supposed to do?
Like I said it earlier, they need the early damage here. They don't bring Lilia. They don't bring maybe Clint because Clint got banned as well by Vietnam. They should maybe prior the gold lane in the 3rd pick before the 2nd banning phase. But they didn't do it, so it makes that Vietnam, they can just ban out all of the gold lane for Zubskop. So there's no option for Zubskop to have the early damage in his lane. And look at the combo here. The penalty zone comes in, but Numeraholic opened the ultimate quite too fast. So the follow-up is a little bit quite late for Namibia. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they have the last Insanity. So all of the player at the back line, you know, it get punished really, really bad by the last Insanity they coming from the King here with Xborg. And our match MVP goes to Hehe, of course, because without that at all, this Bruno, he got the first turret in the first 2 minutes, 2:30 I think, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a lot of gold. 6 minutes, 1,093 gold. What is that GPM? Wait, that is unreal.
Oh,
1,093.
Can you calculate how gold per minute that he has?
Oh my god, that's a lot of gold per minute, Momo-chan. Give me a second. I'm trying my best to...
You divided by 6, I think.
Yeah.
It's like 182 gold.
No, that's the GPM, Momo-chan. That's the
oh,
GPM. 1,093 is the GPM.
So actually he has like 6k.
He has 6k gold.
Oh my...
Yeah, so that's the GPM already. 1,093. That's the highest GPM we've seen in this meta.
Oh my
Momo-chan,
god.
usually it doesn't get better than 750, 780, 800 max tops.
That's
1,000?
I ever seen.
These are season 7 numbers, man.
I ever seen 900 actually.
Yeah.
But 1K.
Hyper carry meta, right? It feels like we're back to the hyper carry meta.
Yeah,
1,000
still
gold per
remember
minute
that,
was
yeah.
easily,
And Gennard.
easily achieved.
And Gennard again with, even not with his Digi, with his Franco, the bloody hand, the iron hook always connects to everyone from Namibia, and there's always a follow-up coming from Vietnam as well, right? So it means Vietnam, they really know what they have to do. They just let Gennard play his iron hook, then after he catch someone, need my help, and everyone just answer to it.
What a performance, man!
And
10.6.
they just let the Hehe to play by himself.
Yeah,
in
he
his
took
lane,
turrets.
right?
Like he took turrets everywhere, everywhere.
Agree with that.
How many turrets did he take actually? That's something that we can check later on. I think he took the top.
The
two.
first one
I think he
top,
took 4.
the second one bottom,
And then the second one top.
Yes, the
And
second
the base
one.
turret, and then the base.
The third one is the bottom lane. And
Whatever, he got a
Oh,
lot.
actually, he got everything that he wants, and even the second game is just way too dominating for Vietnam.
6 minutes. I can't. You know.
I mean,
6 minutes.
even the turtle
The
hasn't
the,
show up,
the
right?
third turtle.
The turtle, right?
Hasn't spawned. Wait.
spawned.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
because it's too.
Yeah. But like, I can't believe it.
Is
This
it?
is the third turtle. They completely ignored it. They went for the base.
Yeah, it showed up, but they didn't take it. You know.
Wow.
Amazing. Wow, what
Vietnam.
a performance.
This is definitely a team to check out, ladies and gentlemen. But Momo-chan
Yes.
and Mirko, we're done here on the caster desk. We're going to throw it over to Masger, our host, to get an interview with one of the Vietnamese players.
All right, thank you, Mirko and Momo-chan. And once again, congratulations, Vietnam, for win the second game of the day and goes to next round for tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, or I don't know. You can check the schedule on ISF Instagram. But I would like to ask you, Joe, right? Yes, your name is Joe. So, what is your first impression about Bali?
My first impression about Bali, I find it like very beautiful. It's very amazing. I haven't been out of my country for a long time. I haven't been traveling for a long time, so it's good to come here as my first vacation, kind of a vacation after a long time.
So, this is your first time to Bali?
This is my first time in Indonesia actually.
In Indonesia, okay. This is the first time Joe come to Indonesia and he visit Bali on ISF 14 World Esports Championship. And then, how do you feel about your game, your team game for today? Is it every strategy is according to you guys' plan?
No, I don't think we played really seriously because, no offense to the Namibian team, but we knew that it was going to be an easy game after seeing their gameplay against Cambodia. I think.
Okay, there's a good thing about Vietnam for, I don't know, maybe tomorrow or the day of tomorrow. So once again, congratulations, Joe. I will see you in another round in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang stage on the ISF 14 World Esports Championship. So guys, we will take a break for now, and the third game for today, there is a Filipina versus Slovenia. After this, still on ISF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022.
Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump, my humps. They got you. They got you. wearing. All their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Okay, so here we have Gabian for Honest Esports, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how confident are you for the Indonesian Mobile Legends national team to win in this competition?
Yang pastinya yakin banget, soalnya kayak aku juga sering lihat kayak beberapa turnamen kayak mereka mainnya gimana, dan yang gak kalah jagonya sama tim-tim negara lain, jadi harus menang.
So what do you expect for Esports Indonesia?
Esports Indonesia sekarang kan udah dibilang lumayan maju juga ya di maksudnya dibanding negara-negara lain selain Filipina. Jadi ya semoga bisa lebih berkembang lagi, bisa lebih maju lagi, bisa banyak event gede di IESF. Amin.
So okay, for the last question, what is your opinion for IESF?
Opinion ya, udah oke banget sih. Apalagi tadi aku lihat kayak dari tahun ya, dari 2009 sampai sekarang itu kayak udah hebat banget, tetap pertahanin, dibikin jauh lebih baik lagi.
Okay, that's Okay, so today we have Malaysia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang in World Esports Championship in 2022, and we have a few questions. So the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
It's fine. I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momolin, menangkan Golin dan Midlane.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Dah menang match ni, perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power. So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain. Sebab setiap team ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter orang.
So for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
What is the biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
Team mana yang bagi dia?
What is big?
The biggest opponent to beat the opponent is about we studied them. I mean, we need to Melayu je. Kita orang nak kena beat diorang daripada segi strategi dengan drafting itu je lah kot.
Tadi macam panjang.
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time and I hope the best for your competition. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
It was a very long trip. we came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, and then Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine. And my impression was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. Yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. We're in the same group. I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esports industry for the past few years, and there are many esports fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, but we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT+7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Salam kebajikan. Apa kabar teman-teman media semuanya? Luar biasa. Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Diri untuk menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya yang akan dilanjutkan dengan Mars PB Esports Indonesia. Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu ibu.
Pertama kita juga sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari IESF yang begitu memilih negara kita sebagai penyelenggara. Sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking. Salam Esports. Jaya, jaya, jaya. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
So, welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your field host. So, this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2 and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the IESF_official and also garudaku.sg. So before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Saya membuka secara resmi 14 World Esports Championship.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Go do it!
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
It was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row. But it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place. So we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place? So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. Like, we're in the same group. Like, I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. I mean, focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esport industry for the past few years, and there are many esport fans that want to represent their country just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like, it's a team game, so we should not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay. So that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best
Thank you,
for
sir.
this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so today we have Argentina that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. Okay, so the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
¿Están contentos con la performance que tuvieron? Sí, estamos contentos y conformes. Yeah, we're really happy and up to our standards.
So the next question, what is your key factor that helped you to win in this match?
¿Cuál es el factor clave que les ayudó a ganar en este partido?
La unión entre todos y la confianza entre uno y el otro.
The union among us and trusting each other on all the decisions we had to make. For sure.
So even you have won this match, do you think there are things that you can improve to the next match?
Incluso aunque no hayan perdido ningún partido, ¿creen que hayan cosas que tengan que mejorar para el próximo partido?
Siempre hay cosas que mejorar y hay que ver los errores individuales también.
¿Cómo que, por ejemplo?
Posicionamiento, visión, comunicación.
There are always things to improve, not only in the macro game, but also in the micro game. Like we could do like some better visualization of the map and positioning ourselves on the map. So we're going like rewatch our match and check what we did, so we don't make the same mistakes for the next match.
So you will facing other country in your next match. Will you use the same strategy on the next match?
¿Vamos a la misma estrategia contra el próximo partido?
Sí. Vamos a salir con todo. La idea es ganarlo todo. Somos la selección de Argentina y vamos a salir a ganar.
Yeah, well, it obviously depends on the pick and like the rivals we're going to have. But yeah, we're going to give all of us to the match. We are Argentina, we're proud of it, and we're going to show what Argentina is.
So this is the last question. What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
I'm sorry?
What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
¿Cuál es el principal desafío que tienen para vencer a sus rivales?
Estudiarlos y entender cuál es su forma de juego para poder contrarrestarla.
Yeah. So our biggest challenge is to understand our rivals, so we can think of a strategy to overcome them before they come after us.
Okay, that's all for all my questions. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope the best for this competition. Thank you.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT+7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Okay, so here we have Gabian for Onyx Esports, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how confident are you for the Indonesian Mobile Legends national team to win in this competition?
Yang pastinya yakin banget, soalnya kayak aku juga sering lihat kayak beberapa turnamen kayak mereka mainnya gimana, dan yang gak kalah jagonya sama tim-tim negara lain, jadi harus menang.
So what do you expect for Esports Indonesia?
Esports Indonesia sekarang kan udah dibilang lumayan maju juga ya di maksudnya dibanding negara-negara lain selain Filipina. Jadi ya semoga bisa lebih berkembang lagi, bisa lebih maju lagi, bisa banyak event gede di IESF. Amin.
So okay, for the last question, what is your opinion for IESF?
Opinion ya, udah oke banget sih. Apalagi tadi aku lihat kayak dari tahun-tahun ya, dari 2009 sampai sekarang itu kayak udah hebat banget, tetap pertahanin, dibikin jauh lebih baik lagi.
Okay, that's all.
Nama budaya, salam kebajikan. Apa kabar teman-teman media semuanya? Luar biasa. Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Diri untuk menyanyikan lagu bangsa Indonesia Raya yang akan dilanjutkan dengan Mars PB Esports Indonesia. Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri.
Pertama kita juga sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari IESF yang begitu memilih negara kita sebagai penyelenggara. Sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking.
Salam Esports.
Jaya, jaya, jaya. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia, sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa kerambahan Indonesia ke dunia.
So, welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your field host. So, this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2 and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the IESF_official and also garudaku.se. before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Saya membuka secara resmi 14 World Esports Championship.
So today we have Malaysia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang in World Esports Championship in 2022, and we have a few questions. So the first question: are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momolin, menangkan Golin dan mid lane.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Dah menang match ni, perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power.
So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain lah. Sebab setiap team ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter mereka.
So for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
What the biggest challenge to beat an opponent?
Di mana yang bagi dia?
What the big?
The biggest opponent to beat the opponent is about we studied them. We need to Melayu je. Kita orang nak kena beat diorang daripada segi strategi dengan drafting itu je lah kot.
Tadi macam mana?
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time and I hope the best for your competition.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di Ice Stage ataupun yang ada di Fire Stage. Sekarang saya mengajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya
sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 jeans to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 jeans to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
It was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine, and my impression was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. We're in the same group. I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esports industry for the past few years, and there are many esports fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember like it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together.
Championship Bali 2022, and of course we are still in Air States. Alright, so we have third match for Mobile Legends Bang Bang for today, but before we're going to the match, I would like to give you information once again about the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. We have like more than 600 international athletes here, 106 countries, and more than 596 offline matches. So it will make IESF as the esport event with the most nationality competing offline and the largest outdoor esports competition in Southeast Asia. And we have 4 marvelous thematic stages. We have Earth stage, Air stage, Ice stage, and Fire stage. With 6 games include CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023, and Tekken 7. And especially for CSGO, there is not only CSGO male, but also we have the first CSGO female tournament of the year. Alright guys, what do we waiting for here? Let's go invite 2 teams that will compete for the lower bracket match, third match for today. As for the first team, please welcome Slovenia! Alright. For the second team, please welcome the hometown of the mighty Jollibee Fried Chicken, Filipina! Alright, the boys is here also, so please standing inside. We have Slovenia and Filipina for the third match, Mobile Legends Bang Bang on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. So are you ready, boys?
Yeah, we're ready, thank you.
Alright, so how about you? Are you ready?
Yes, I wanna eat Chicken Joy after the match because you said.
So you want eat Chicken Joy? Okay, how about another brand maybe that here in Bali? Have you eat ayam betutu? Ayam betutu? Not yet? I will bring to you guys for tomorrow. Alright. So you guys please handshake each other. Thank you. Okay. It will be so awkward. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen of Mobile Legends Bang Bang IESF 14 World Esports Championship between Filipina and Slovenia. So we have to take to the casters that lead the game for today. Please welcome once again Momo-chan and Arashikes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your caster speaking. It's me, Arashi, and Momo-chan, and welcome back to IESF in Bali 2022.
You know, the lower bracket match between the Philippines and also Slovenia. This is our last match for today. Even though unfortunately Philippines, they have to go down to the lower bracket, but their journey isn't over yet. So they still have a chance actually, and Slovenia is gonna be their opponent here.
It's a very tough situation for Slovenia for sure. They're up against a very, very reputable team,
I know,
essentially
right?
a roster in the Philippines. And as Miko was mentioning, the Philippines, they are no stranger to the lower bracket. This is an option that they like to explore a lot, so you cannot count them out at all. And fun fact, we did see that after the previous match, the previous match, they spent a lot of time just on reviews, on preparation, really showing again international class level. So we can expect a very solid performance from the Philippines for match number 3.
Agree with that, especially they don't want to lose in this lower brackets match, right? Because this is their first day actually in Bali. Because they just play for today, right? So I think it's really it's their last chance to secure their slot into the grand final. But they have to beat Slovenia first for today after they lose with EVOS just now. It's kind of heartbreaking actually for the Philippines, but like I said it earlier, it's not gonna end for Philippines because we are in the halfway going into the upper final bracket here with, Vietnam. They already secure their position in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, they already beaten Namibia with 2-0, and now it's chance for Philippines to maybe take Slovenia going back to their country.
As we mentioned, it is the final match of the day. So, as we Indonesia and Philippines, Namibia and Vietnam has concluded.
Yes.
But now it's a chance for Slovenia to really upset the world's expectations. Indonesia was able to do it. Who says Slovenia cannot do the exact same thing? But of course, the Philippines have something to say about that. This is one of their last chances, so for sure, they will be bringing their best performance. And head-to-head, we can see Clyde and Villa Luna.
Yes, that's true because we know how strong this captain, right, from Philippines, Villa Luna. Mamshu, I could say because all of you guys, right, Nakshu, all of the Nakshu in the live comment below, we know how strong Villa Luna is. She's the captain and also she's the shot caller, the best shot caller in the Southeast Asia as well. But meanwhile, we are going to take a look with the player head-to-head between Boni and also Soriano
here. A very reputable player, and a lot of people have their eyes on him, but Bonnie is able to actually match Soriano, at least when it comes to the statistics, right? For the most part, we'll have to see how well the statistics translate back into the game. But you can see that Slovenia for sure is no pushover. They are here for a reason.
Yep.
So we'll have to see. Both teams have adaptations to be made, and Slovenia has the advantage of having just seen the Philippines play earlier. Maybe they found a bit of a secret, a bit of a winning strategy from the previous match.
Yeah, maybe they already watched yesterday, right? Watched the whole matches from yesterday. So actually, Philippines, they already prepared. They have prepared for today's lower bracket match. So we will see. We will see what will happen from the draw pick. But if we talk about the pool hero here from Philippines, we know they have a lot of options. They have a lot of hero choices to be played in the lower bracket match. Meanwhile, Slovenia, who actually very unique because they bring one girl here, which is should be very very strong as well because we don't know how strong Buni as well, right? Even though we compare from the player head-to-head between her and also
Soriano.
Ohep for the last, the old name of this Philippine gold lane here. I think still so much upper hand for
Soriano. Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, again, Soriano has been very, very solid.
Yes.
It all came down to a select few moments against Indonesia. So right now, I think Bonnie has a lot to go up against. And as you mentioned, it's a welcome sight indeed, right?
Oh my God.
But just like that, we're going straight into it. Slovenia banning out the Fanny and the signature pick.
Maybe we didn't have a chance to see Villa Luna play this Estes, right, in the first match of the day between Philippines and also Indonesia just now. But Slovenia even didn't give a chance at all. This Estes could be picked by Philippines. They just straight away ban it. Respect ban towards Villa Luna, and Philippines with Franco and also Marty's band. It makes them secure that actually there's no, such as a pick-off strategy coming from the Iron Hook from Franco. And there's no Gushin at all because maybe he know how strong Gushin coming from
Philippines,
the
of
Del
course.
Rosario.
Del Rosario in the jungle. He does have a lot of heroes in his arsenal, so he can go aggressive and defensive. So far, we have seen him on the fighters a bit more often. So we'll see if the Philippines want to revamp their strategy, going from a front to back to maybe something a bit more aggressive. But they've banned, as you mentioned, Momo-chan, the Franco, the Martis, and the 1-1. So it seems like late game or a slow-paced game is what they are going to aim for. Slovenia takes away the Fredrin that the Philippines picked twice actually in their match against Indonesia. So maybe they're onto something, but whoa, hang on. Speaking of signature picks right here, could this actually come through, Momo-chan?
Like, the old wise with the Yesensen, but unfortunately you won't see it, Arashi, because there will be the first pick for Valentina and also Beatrix.
They can't keep getting away with this, man. They keep baiting us casters into thinking something crazy is about to happen.
I was waiting Villa Luna's Estes just now in the first match, but
same.
But yeah, we don't have a chance until now to see that, the god of Estes, the god of support.
Exactly.
From Villa Luna.
The top level Estes. For now, it will be Valentina and yet again that Beatrix. As we mentioned earlier, this is a hero that is very signature to Soriano. So we have to see if he can yet again have a great performance here, because if everything goes according to plan, on that Beatrix, he is an absolute problem for any team going up against the Philippines right now. But for Slovenia, Cyclops could it be? It is going to be a Cyclops and a Diggy, which we have seen banned very, very often. So we'll see if Slovenia has a particular plan here, because usually, as we mentioned, it's used either as a very solid source of poke damage or to counter a lot of utility.
Yeah, Cyclops has an ability to have, the lockdown power here, the star power lockdown coming from a Cyclops. So it could be anyone got caught by it. So I think Philippines, they have to really, really be careful, by the star power lockdown that can be used by Slovenia to just lock one member, maybe an important member that could change anything for Philippines. But
Benedetta, we've seen it banned from a multitude of teams actually. Philippines, I think, banned it once, and I think the Indonesian team also banned it away.
Yeah.
It's a very, very troublesome hero, but we've seen that against a Fredrin, sometimes the Benedetta does struggle quite a bit, unless, of course, this Benedetta is going to be flexed away to a different role.
Exactly, I'm thinking the same way just
We
now.
have synergy here, Momo-chan. we have the same thoughts.
We have the chemistry, Arashi. But yeah, it could be the XP lane, it could be the jungler as well for Del Rosario. So it depends on what Philippines want to bring us for this match. And going into the second baiting phase here, it's gonna be Leslie, because Slovenia, they haven't secured any good lane position for mid into the late game, or maybe for insurance for them to just win the game here. So Philippines, they could ban everything. They could ban Clean, they could ban Leslie, they could ban
Claude.
even Claude, yeah.
Or the Irithel as well.
That's right.
A lot of options here, and Slovenia,
There's
they
no
ban away
Carmilla.
the Carmilla, despite the fact that one of the big pluses of a Carmilla is that crowd control potential, and they have a Diggy. So it's quite the interesting approach. But as you mentioned, Momo-chan, for the Philippines, they struggled really hard against the Leslie pick against the Indonesians. So maybe that is something that they realize they do not or can't deal with. Of course, in a front-to-back situation, true damage becomes a big factor in those long, drawn-out late-game fights. So I think it's a very smart option. And now only one more hero able to be banned away from both these teams. As so many things open up right here.
Yeah, I think Melissa or but it's gonna be Hayabusa for Philippines. They take out this Hayabusa, and Slovenia with this Diggy. When you mentioned Diggy earlier just now, I just feel that they can do, a babysit strategy here for Slovenia. Diggy will stay in the gold lane for whoever Slovenia will pick. Is either is gonna be, Melissa, either is gonna be Clean maybe. We don't know. It could be, still using the same baby set strategy because they have Diggy. with the poke damage from the alarm bomb, remember?
Right. I mean, that babysitting strategy is very obnoxious to deal with. It almost allows your gold lane to have a guaranteed lane. And in the current meta, the gold lane is a reliable source of DPS. And so shutting down your opponent's DPS usually leads to very, very solid results in the mid to late game. But the final ban for Slovenia is the Martis, so they are not convinced that this Benedetta is going to the jungle. But Philippines is hovering over a Rafaela and they lock it in.
Wow, I really love, how these
Smart.
two support meta from Philippines. But Freya, as a shadow pick for Slovenia, it's very interesting.
Really?
Even we never, maybe we didn't see much a country such as Slovenia or maybe like Namibia who played in the previous match, but they always come with a unique pick here. This is what I like from another countries between the
other
South Asia.
regions.
Yeah, the other regions. They always comes up with a very, very unique draft, and I just cannot wait for who's gonna be the last two picks for Slovenia. Is it gonna be Freya?
They're hovering
There
for so
you
long and
go.
they actually lock it in. Pawpaw and Koopa and a Freya. This might be the first time I've seen a Freya in an actual high-tier competitive game. This is insane. As I'm going to mention though, the Rafaela pick is so smart because now, yes, they can't really catch the Digi, but if the Digi can't really if the Philippines can't crowd control because of the Digi, they can chase with that movement speed. So that is a solution.
What?
That is a Granger though.
It's a Granger jungler for Philippines for Del Rosario, and they are going to play 2 support and 2 marksmen at the same time. Wow, Philippines!
This is something special, something we haven't seen. And if any team can make it work, I think it's the Philippines. Because right now, with this composition, if you don't pay attention to your positioning and your formation when you're moving around the map, it's going to be very, very dangerous for these squishy marksmen, right? So the Philippines are well known to be able to do that, to position well, to kite back or chase very efficiently and very calculatively. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to see if this composition, this strategy can actually work out.
And especially I really like that Granger pick for Philippines because we know Granger, he has enough base damage actually, the basic damage in the early, so it can give it a little bit pressure. Maybe it cannot, not 100% can shut down the member of Slovenia in the early game, but at least it can give more poke damage. So it will make some time for Slovenia to just recall and going back to the base.
We'll have to see, will the Granger poke way too hard for Slovenia to deal with? Ladies and gentlemen, back into the land of dawn between Slovenia and the Philippines. Will the Philippines get their redemption or will Slovenia actually overturn the odds? Let's get straight into it, Momo-chan.
Let's go! And look at that Villa Luna. Play a little bit aggressive here with the flame shot that comes from that Digi. But unfortunately, Villa Luna is still able to survive.
Not quite enough, but very low. The HP bars from Villa Luna, that shows the aggression that Slovenia is willing to bring to the table. But right here, we have a bit of a skirmish already. Aggressive moves from Dap, and he is being punished for it. Although with the current situation, I think it's going to be a bit difficult. Del Rosario, though, on this Granger, as you mentioned, Momo-chan, the base damage definitely gives him an edge in the early game clear, and I think that will amount to a bit of an EXP advantage if we get all the way to the late game.
Oh yes, it reminds me with the 2 marksman meta, like the old times.
Good old times.
I think like season, I don't know, MPL season
5, 6?
5, I think 4 maybe.
4 even.
Yeah, it was very long time already, but we will see. The Philippines, they are very, very confident with this strategy, and Bonnie needs to go back with the...
Ooh, Desonata actually sets up that kill, and they're not done just yet. 4 members right under the turret, and Bonnie will be the main target, and he will get taken out. This is the Philippines with the superior rotations, having 4 against 1, uncharacteristically, but the turtle seems to be targeted by Slovenia instead.
Yeah, I think Slovenia, they want to get this. They have to get this turtle though. Meanwhile, Padap is gonna be the target that can be taken down by Slovenia because he tried to contest it 1 versus 3.
Tries to make the outplay happen there from Dap, but it won't be enough. The purple buff gets taken away by the Philippines as well. So now they have a lot more options to play around, and the jungle pick for the side of Slovenia is going to struggle quite a bit. But look at the damage coming in. That is a lot of damage, and it will be secured as well. Pure aggression coming in from the side of the Philippines.
Yes, the Death Sonata almost eat Clyde alive, but Clyde's still able to survive and still able to recall, going back to the base right now and try to reset it, everything. Meanwhile, Dapadab, I think he needs to, trying to clear the lane as soon as possible, because we know how long Fredrin to clear the lane, right? So Padab actually he has the advantage here. So if he wants to make the rotation, I think it's gonna be easy for the Padab. And Bonnie, it's gonna be the prior target here from Philippines, because they know how strong Popol Cooper, right? Into the mid and the late game situation.
In the meantime, on the other side of the map, Dapadab has a lot of mobility to survive from these ganks. So we talked about how the Diggy might be used for a babysit strategy, but Bonnie is not having a good time at all. And in the mid side, Time Journey has been popped up, and now that won't be available for any of the members. It is actually a stolen one used by Imam on the mid lane. The Philippines are going hardcore on this top side.
Yeah, I think they want to play really fast, just by get all the objective as soon as possible for Philippines. They don't want to drag this game into the late game. You know how scary Freya as well into the late game, right? He could be very, very strong. He could be the first the frontliner for Slovenia as well.
Sure, fight starts to break out. The Philippines are going in, but you can see the first victim is going to be Clyde on the Diggy. It's a double kill for Sorano. That will be Nissan falling down in the same time, and the purple buff yet again is denied away from the hands of the Slovenians.
Yeah.
And just like that, Nibu's passion in the mid side, the pressure, the wave management from the Philippines is benefiting them so much.
Yeah, we didn't see much maybe war between these two teams, because Philippines, they want to play really objectively right now, and Slovenia, most of the draft here are going into the mid until the late game, right? Like this Freya, but look at that. The Rosario trying to a little bit forcing himself in the mid lane.
Doing a lot of damage. Clyde nearly gets taken out, but look at the flank coming in from Arakiel. This will benefit them so much. That is Del Rosario taken out. Disaster, as the next target is going to be Villaluna. Makes it out alive from that situation though, but the Sorano, double kill, and actually continuing with that Nibiru. That's a lot of damage. You have to see the items right here, but they are still not done just yet. The snipe is used, but it will connect. That is a monster kill for Sorano. And the Philippines are able to take out 3 members for the price of none, I believe.
It looks very, very comfortable for Philippines. Like, if they keep their tempo like this, not trying to forcing themselves too much, I think they still can get this game. But Rimuru having a 1 versus 2 situation here, but Dapadab, still able to survive or not, but no, he's going back with the Phantom Slash, and
oh my god,
it for the Clyde, and he's able to get shut down by Dapadab.
Imam with the stolen Time Journey saves the life of Dapadab, and that is a disaster. They spent so much time, and in exchange, they actually lost Bonnie. Yet again, Sorano is an absolute menace right now with the Malefic War. These snipes are going to do so much damage, and that will not, oh my god, that will not be a damage that Visao can actually take. And they're not done yet. Rimuru is the next target, and that's the Death Sonata being used. That's Imam securing the kill. And Philippines will continue their aggression. They're not backing away at all as Arakiel gets taken out, and the first base turret will be still standing for now.
Yeah, it's like maybe, how much, 9k gold lead? Is it 9k? Yeah, 9k gold lead by Philippines team here. So I think it's kind of a little bit hard for Slovenia. They don't have much space here to get their farm. And look at the item. This Diggy only have this dominant eyes. Meanwhile, from Zoriano, he already secured his Blade of Despair and Fury Hammer with the Malefic Roar for the attack penetration.
That's a lot of damage comparatively. Popa and Koopa, not even the first BOD completed.
Yep.
Now, Death Sonata yet again used for that engage, and Clyde is taken out just like that. He won't be able to save any of his teammates as the Philippines move for the base turret, but they back away. This is that discipline as Imam makes bold moves around the map.
Yeah, he needs to copy that time journey from Clyde, and now the minion comes in the bottom lane. Now all of the players from Slovenia need to maybe back off a little bit. They have to, try to defend their base before Philippines end this game.
They have to try and find some kind of payoff, because against 2 marksmen, that's a lot of range first of all, and that is a lot of DPS, especially the longer the game goes. Yes, Granger isn't exactly a hyper carry in the late game, but Del Rosario with that Rhapsody has been doing insane amounts of damage, and a lot of these fights are done on the back of that very well-timed Death Sonata. Here we go again. Rhapsody being used by Del Rosario. It won't be enough though, as the Slovenians try and strike back. Nibiru's passion by Serrano actually shuts down that aggression. There's a trade here. You can see that Villaluna actually gets taken out, and the Philippines, they are unfazed completely. Everything is still under control. There's 2 members down from Slovenia, so against 3, can they actually go for the end? Ultimate has been used right here. Death Sonata used yet again. The slow cooldown is so beneficial, and the Philippines are gonna try and stalk their way, try and find chances to end the game. Imam goes in with that burst damage, and it seems that for now, they will not be able to end the game just yet.
Maybe they can, because look at that, the minion lines comes into the bottom lane, and Oracle, he doesn't have any defense item to hold the damage that Philippines has right now with the the minion comes in the mid lane right now. I think Philippines, they are able to finish this game as soon as possible. And now Soriano being chased by Slovenia. Meanwhile, the Philippines, they want to target the best as soon as possible. They don't want to give more space, more time for Slovenia, but Slovenia are still able to defend their base, Arashi.
They're defending their base so desperately, but the Philippines, they're playing it calculatively. They have range to work with, they have DPS to work with, and they're slowly but surely just melting down the health bars of the Slovenian players yet again. Dappadap just kiting in and out, actually gaining HP in the process instead of losing it. Death Sonata is used for poke yet again, and look at that burst damage. Imam is absolutely disgusting in this game. With 4 members still alive, they're doing a lot of damage, and Arakil with the Vengeance will not be able to survive either. Double kill for Imam, and that might be just the game for the Philippines in game number 1, showing again dominance and world-class skill.
Wow, Philippines secure the game number 1 with, I can say, maybe a solid draft that coming from Philippines, right? They have the early damage that's coming from this Ranger and Valentina. So Batrix for Zoriano, he will have a lot of time to get his item, right? To get his money. As soon as he secure the first start in the gold lane, he can do the rotation as well, help his teammate to join the team fight here. So it's much advantage for Philippines. Meanwhile, Slovenia is kind of a little bit passive in the early, because their draft is more into the mid and the late game composition.
It's very difficult for sure. I mean, the Slovenians, they have a lot of early game aggression, they have crowd control, and as we keep talking about Momo-chan, there was that Diggy that can be used very obnoxiously, but he wasn't Clyde, I think, was not very active in the early game, and as a result, you can see that the Philippines, they keep making their way up to Bonnie, and at one point Soriano has like a 2-item advantage over Bonnie, which is not ideal at all, especially if you're using a Popo and Koopa, because the whole point of that hero is to be aggressive in the early game, get that gold plate, and get those objectives. But with how ahead the Philippines were, the Slovenians just couldn't find any opportunities.
And unfortunately, our prediction is, our prediction was Diggy should be babysit this gold lane, should be babysit Bonnie. But the thing is, we didn't see it in the first game. Bonnie left by herself in the top lane, got the first blood and even the second kill for Philippines, right? What makes Philippines, they are a little bit snowballing in the early mid here, even though Dappadap got shut down when he tried to contest the turtle, the objective, right? But it's okay, because Soriano, again and again, this guy is very, very free. He got all the turrets. Philippines, they got like 3 or maybe 2 or 3 turrets in the first 5 minutes. So it looks very, very comfortable for Philippines, because they are, when they secure the turret objective, they can easily going in fade to their jungler. So it makes that Slovenia, they don't have a chance to turn back the table.
Exactly. They're just so disciplined right here. And maybe they learned something from that match against the Indonesians, because right here, they don't leave any opportunities. It does look like they were low on HP here when they stayed so long in the base of the Slovenians. But even then, no one was taken out. Eventually, Villaluna is the only casualty in this whole sequence of events. And they were just able to abuse the burst damage, the trading potential, and slowly but surely just almost rotate and roll around the death timers for the Slovenian members. And that is just disaster. After a very decisive ending fight, they just go for the end of the base. And that will be the story for game number 1.
Yes, true.
Definitely not the outcome that the Slovenians want. They want to get that early game aggression, and now seeing how the Philippines have dealt with it, macro play, wave management as well, they must have adjustments. More crowd control maybe, more solid planning on which lane they want to make plays with, right? Because if they want to go for the gold lane, then go to the gold lane. If they want to go for the EXP lane, go for the EXP lane. Because if you let both lanes essentially just play out, the Philippines have their own plan on which lane they want to actually give advantage to.
Yeah,
and you see it there. Both the EXP lane and the gold lane, just so far ahead.
Yeah, that's true. Agree with that. I think Slovenia, they have to come with a better strategy in the second game, because they have the Cyclones, they have the Digi, right? And also Fredrin. Even though we know that Freya needs some of the items, but the Popol Kupa has some opportunity to at least giving a poke damage toward this Beatrix with the DG maybe as a babysitter here, but the match MVP goes to Zoriano without any death at all, with
0 deaths.
0 deaths, 13 kills.
The GPM, Momo-chan. Mirko was saying the highest you've seen is 700, 800.
No.
1,100
yes.
GPM for Soriano.
And today we have like 2 guy giving 100k gold per minute. It was insane because they're just too, dominant in this game. And the player spotlight, of course, Imam, which is, we know that with this Valentina, he can copy everyone. He just, he's very, very confident to just IMU the time journey from Clyde, because Clyde will be the front laner for Slovenia, because he needs to pop up that alarm bomb to give a poke damage for Philippines. But the thing is, you know how strong as well Ravila, with the holy healing, with the holy baptism, Philippines, they have enough CC to just stop all the player from Slovenia if they want to play aggressively and try to dive into Philippines team.
If you look at the item builds right here as well, Momo-chan.
Wow,
2 Blade of Despairs.
Agree.
So definitely going for burst damage here, but they are so behind that they have no chance to actually get that burst damage in. Everyone from the side of the Philippines, even the screenshots of members, especially Soriano here with the Has Claws, has so much sustain. And to add to that, Villaluna on that Rafaela is there to provide extra bit of sustain as well. So definitely, again, a lack of a dynamic kind of engage, because they really struggle.
The goal is just too far, Like
yes.
a 10k for Zoriano. Meanwhile, the riches from Slovenia is from that Boni with 4.8, almost 5k. But 2 times, double, 2 times gold if you compare to Soriano, right? So well, I think it's kind of a little bit one-sided game as well from Slovenia.
Absolutely.
So we will see how about the second game later.
I think they have to try and, again, just narrow down their focus, right? If you just if you try and do so many things, it might be too difficult. But what is gonna be easy actually is deciding what device you want to use, actually.
Oh, wow. So, do you have any recommendation, Arashi?
Are you asking me that, Momo-chan?
Of course.
I think there are a lot of contenders, but the Samsung Galaxy A35 5G,
wow,
I think is just very, very good. It has 8 gigabytes of RAM, it has 256 storage space.
Amazing.
It has a super AMOLED display screen, especially on a beautiful day like this.
Oh, wow.
Right? You can make sure that the screen is completely visible, and it's not just visible, it's 120 refresh rate.
Wow.
Smooth.
Wow.
I like that.
Smooth. Amazing. So, guys, I think you guys have to check their website. So, you guys go to Samsung website and check every specification of Samsung Galaxy A series. They have A33, they also have like A53. So, I think there's a lot of option for you guys. Or maybe you are looking for the smartphone for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Well, for Mobile Legends, it performs like a charm. So, awesome performance is made for you.
Yes, for you, awesome generation.
Awesome generation.
Galaxy A series 5G, awesome is for everyone. How that's smooth.
It's for all the players in the stage right now as well. So
that's
they
right.
really, really need to focus here, because the device is giving them an advantage, but it all comes from the players themselves.
Yeah.
Right now, especially for Slovenia, this is a very hard blow to to take in. It
I
is a
know,
very
right?
one-sided game, as you mentioned, Momo-chan. So adjustments must be there. And for
Yeah.
the Philippines, we said that it's a very unique strategy, and there's no better team to try and implement something new like this. Two marksmen, as we mentioned,
marksmen,
and
yeah.
essentially two supports. We'll see if they go for something similar, or will they surprise us even more? Because you never know with the Philippines, man.
Yeah, if we talk about Philippines, we know how strong this a team, right? Because actually, Blacklist International, they already secure a lot of champions title, right?
Yes.
From the M series
Yeah, of
and
course.
also the MPL in their own country, in their own region. We know how strong Blacklist is, but sometimes, we also know that Philippines, they come out with the surprise draft as well, right? With these two, I can say maybe two marksmen, and even we know that Blacklist is very, very famous with the two supports. So I would like to see what will they bring to us from the drop and epic. But I think we will take a short break, guys.
What?
So, yeah.
Aw.
So for our players, they can prepare better for the second game. So
I
please don't
guess.
go anywhere. Please stay tuned. We will be right back after a short break.
Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. They got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
The Philippines and the Slovenians. If you guys missed it, in the first game, the Philippines had a dominant performance, even though, on paper, the composition of the Slovenians has a lot of potential. Can the reverse happen in game number 2? We'll just have to wait and see. You're still with me, Arashi, and
Momo-chan.
what is the combination called? Ara Momo?
Wow, what a combination, Arashi. But yeah, maybe they could be a good option. But yeah, we will see. How about our second game? It's the last chance for Slovenia. We would like to see how will it be for Slovenia, because actually from the draft, it's kind of a little bit mid to the late game composition, and because of it, Slovenia they have to buying a lot of time because of it, right? So the first game it didn't work for them. So they at least for the second game, at least they have to get an early damage here. At least maybe from Lilia for the mid lane.
Maybe.
Because Cyclops is one enough for Slovenia.
I think the idea is that they want to have a lot of ways to engage.
Yeah.
With the Cyclops, they can engage with the Popo and Koopa as well. But I think it just is a bit too one-dimensional. So for the Philippines, they recognize the fact that Slovenia wants to go for those early pickoffs. They get that Franco out of the equation because it is a much more dynamic engage tool. And for Slovenia, that is a respect band for none other than Soriano. On that Beatrix, an absolute menace. How much was it? 1,100 gold per minute?
Yeah.
No. They don't want to deal with that at all.
I think that's the highest gold per minute though. But yeah, there's no Beatrix for Soriano. There's no Digi as well for Slovenia. Okay, so there's gonna Kaja. I think there will be Kaja. Open for Philippines. But there's no Atlas. Slovenia, they're still not banning out that Kaja.
The Kaja has been very, very impactful in the right situations. If you want to go for those pickoffs, it's definitely an option.
Wow.
Philippines has gone for that Martis ban though because it is a very, very oppressive jungler that requires your whole team to adjust to that pick.
And not only Kaja, you know. There's 1-1 as well. There's 1-1 for Philippines, so they have a lot of option here. Slovenia, they are on the edge right now. Which one they have to ban? Is it gonna be Leomord? Is it gonna be a Benedetta maybe from Dapadap? Or is it gonna be Wenwen? If they don't want to take a risk, I think Wenwen or maybe Kaja. But it's gonna be Gushian, so Slovenia, they want to contest this. They want to contest this both OP hero such as Kaja and also Wenwen. But Wenwen is gonna be the prio for Soriano. Sorry.
Very confusing name, Momo-chan.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
completely understandable. But Soriano will have his hands on that 1-1. That is a bit dangerous, but we'll see if Slovenia has a plan.
That's Kaja.
As you mentioned, Momo-chan, they have opted to leave a few heroes open, and being the second pick, they have more chances to secure some of these quote-unquote OP heroes. That will be the Kaja, and that will be the Carmilla that we saw was banned in game number 1 by them, actually.
Yeah, it's...
Those
are very strong pick from Slovenia, but fast pick from Philippines. They have this Farja and also Guinevere, which is very unique as well because it's been a long time we never see Guinevere back to the lane of zone.
Jungle Gwyn? If I was Slovenia right now, I'll be quite concerned. They picked that Farsa and Guinevere way too fast for my liking, man. They have a plan 100%, and for Slovenia, they were hovering over the Sicilian and now the Lunox, so wanting some kind of long-range artillery, some kind of DPS from that mid-side to supplement the gold lane damage. It will be the Lunox eventually. A lot more output potential, more security with the Brilliance Order.
Even with the burst damage coming from the Chaos Assault as well, right?
Yes.
The purple damage is very, very painful, especially if you already have your combination item between the Lightning Transient and also Clock of Destiny. It will give more damage for this Lunox, but Partia is gonna be the high ground hero for Philippines, so it's gonna be a homework for Lunox to dive in and try to shut down that Farsia, but there's no Grok as a second banning phase from Slovenia.
Slovenia now banning out that Grok. I guess with the Kaja and with the Carmilla, they want to be able to get those engages, that crowd control, and Grok has CC immunity. And the other options are Martis as well as Diggy, so maybe this is a working game plan. We're now back into the second banning phase. So for the Philippines, what else do they want to take away? Maybe some assassin, some dive potential? They do have very vulnerable backline members depending on the situation, and the Esmeralda will be the ban. Is this hinting at a Mathilda perhaps?
Yeah, I know. But Esmeralda here. Let's see. There's no Esmeralda. Is it gonna be Phoveus?
Oh, Phoveus.
Phoveus? Because, wait. They can ban out the Phoveus as well if they want to, because Slovenia is gonna be the first that pick the Phoveus, but it's not a Phoveus, it's gonna be Leomord. It's interesting.
Horseman.
But Hayabusa is gonna be the shadow pick. They bought out that Leslie and they bought out the Akai.
I guess they just want a very aggressive, a very hero with a lot of kill potential in the jungle. Leomord and Hayabusa can both work, but right now, I really do feel like they need a bit more engage and or catch. Fanny as well being hovered on here. It is a hero with a very, very high skill ceiling though, so we'll have to see how well can Slovenia actually put it to use. It will be the Hayabusa though, bit more outplay potential, and now in a way, similar way, there's the crossbow of Tang and there's the shadow kill. They can be dodged away depending on the item builds as well.
It could be the answer as well for Slovenia because we haven't found, maybe only Lunos can dive into the backline of the Philippines, right? Because you know, he has to use the Brilliant of Order, then change it into the Chaos Assault so he can take down Farsha at the backline. But with Hayabusa, with the Quad Shadow and also the Shadow Kill, Farsha could be the target for Slovenia. But the last two picks from Philippines, it's gonna be Ruby and also Fredrin.
So if you want to go for a dive situation against the Philippines roster right now, this is very, very dangerous. But Slovenia goes for the Popo and Koopa yet again. If they put all their attention into that gold lane, it is a very dangerous situation for Soriano. 1-1, as Mirko loves to mention, is very vulnerable in the early laning phase, and if you can shut her down in the early stages, the mid game becomes very, very rough as well. So off the bat, I must say that if we're talking about early game aggression, Slovenia has it. It all will come down to the execution, Momo-chan.
Okay, it's interesting because Philippines, they has a lot of crowd control here. They have this Ruby with the I'm Offended. They have Guinevere as well. They have this Fredrin with the taunting. So I think it's hard from Slovenia because Philippines, they already prepared the strategy. They ban out the DE in the first banning phase. So they know that they want to secure all the crowd control hero here to win the second game. So it's gonna be the homework for Slovenia. They really need to finish their item as soon as possible so they can give more damage to Philippines.
The Farsa pick as well is a lot of pressure in the mid side, wave clear, but also long range utility and burst damage, especially if your team has squishies, which there are on the Slovenian side. They'll be very dangerous. And now let's just get straight into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between the Philippines and Slovenia. As we can see, both junglers just going for very, very fast clears, but the Philippines seem to have a plan up their sleeve.
Okay, we will see what will Slovenia do with this draft in the early game, but Arakil is gonna be the first target that will be got beaten in the top lane. Meanwhile, there's some rotation coming from Slovenia going into the river area.
So, hang on. Is XP lane Kaja? We'll have to see how effective that is for sure. But he will be the main playmaking hero, but look at that. Shadow kill, I mean triple shadow, quad shadow by this by the Hayabusa. Actually, that's a lot of damage, and it's a big skirmish breaking out between the two teams. See that Rimuru is forced to back away, flicker away, but the chase is done, and Imam picks up a kill. Philippines are not done yet though, they're cutting back and forth, but that is a kill picked up by Visao on the Hayabusa, and that will be an equal trade more or less. But the Filipinos are definitely the aggressors in this situation.
Yeah, they are trying to giving up pressure, and Dapadap is looking for more. He tried to shut down that Aura kill. Oh, he canceled the recall and he tried to regen his HP. Meanwhile, maybe Dapadap still have a chance. No, I think Dapadap also doesn't want to take a risk.
It's a very dangerous situation to overstay with low HP, especially against a team that is known to punish that, and especially against Farsa in the mid lane. The Wings by Wings will be dangerous, but now Slovenia strikes back. They do a lot of damage to Dapadap, but he's able to actually make it out of there alive, as the turtle seems to be the main priority for both these teams. And without Dapadap, can the Filipinos do something? The Federal Airstrike has been used already. No one has fallen victim just yet. And the Slovenians are wrapping around until the knockup comes in, and the Guinevere picks up a kill. Del Rosario coming out massive, getting the turtle as well, and the Filipinos are not done. Going again, taking out Visao, and now it will be Clyde just for good measure. Double kill for Del Rosario, disaster for the Slovenians.
Oh my god, it's disaster for Slovenia because they failed to get the turtle, they failed to contest the turtle here. So they lose a lot of things just now in the top lane, and Philippines, they are still trying so hard to keep giving a pressure. Meanwhile, the top lane, it's gonna be a solo kill towards Depheadab, and will be get traded with Bonnie at the bottom lane.
Plays all over the map here from both these teams. Arakil with a solo kill, but on the bot side, the Filipinos have taken out or zoned away members from Slovenia, and they're taking some gold. Although you can see that Clyde wants to try and stop this turret take, or at least deny the gold coming into the pockets of Soriano. Conversion coming in from Rimuru, coming in from that mid lane, but it will be a bit too late as we're back to the default. And you can see that Del Rosario actually has the Demon Slayer, and he has the tank build. But here we see that Bonnie is targeted. He gets taken out. That was a very, very good flicker. I'm about a combo by Villaluna.
Yeah, meanwhile, Villaluna trying to cover Soriano, who looks very, very low. And Slovenia also don't want to take a risk to just, keep giving a pressure, because we know how strong Soriano as well with this 1-1. Meanwhile, there's a stun coming from Imam with the energy impact, and the curse of blood comes from Clyde trying to shut down Imam at the backline, but I think it's kind of a little bit hard for him.
It's very too difficult, but the Feather Airstrike is available again. Imam pops it up.
Visao?
Look at that. Visao is a bit too aggressive, gets knocked up, gets taken out into the hands of Soriano, and they're not done yet again. Bonnie is the next target, and the crossbow of Tang is popped up. That's a double for Soriano. And in the mid lane, yet again, action all over the place. The Philippines are out for blood.
Yeah, I think they are still looking for more RSC, because, with the pressure they have right now with this Partia and also with this Guinevere, and they are keep snowballing since in the early game.
Visao is able to take the purple buff back though, so that's fortunate for him. But they are not out of the fire just yet. The goal difference is building up, and the turtle is up as well. The Philippines are still trying to bait, trying to make a play happen at the bot side instead, knowing that the Slovenians have had a tendency to actually trade objectives instead.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the next objective will be this turtle in our first 4 minutes. Meanwhile, Rimuru is already being chased away by the member of Philippines. Look at the town and also the ammo fan that comes from Villaluna. It obviously will make Rimuru cannot run from it.
The Freezer's Wrath being used as well. That is a large damage on Visao, and that's a double kill taken by Dappadap. And he is going in for Clyde just for good measure. That will be a killing spree picked up by Del Rosario on that tank Guinevere, as Arakil is forced to flicker yet again. A battle spell being used defensively instead of aggressively for this Kaja.
Oh my god, now Philippines, they don't want to give a chance at all to make Slovenia can do free rotation here, right? Because they have to secure their jungle. But Feather Airstrike and burst damage coming from this Farsia melted down Bonnie.
Bonnie with 5 deaths right now, definitely a very tough situation. It's a repeat of game number 1. Soriano just getting out of control and Bonnie getting absolutely shut down. As Arakil here tries to make the winning play, goes with a Divine Judgment, but it won't be enough. Actually, he gets taken very, very low as Dappadap just moves back and starts going for a roam perhaps.
Okay, and now their crossbow of tank pops up as well from Soriano. It makes Clyde with the Curse of Blood cannot do much here. Meanwhile, we know how strong Dappadap in the top lane. And Royal Rosario, I think, drove too much, but he's still able to survive. And even the cover that comes from Philippines, it makes that Rosario still able to join the team fight in the mid lane and secure the mid turret.
2 kills for the Philippines, but Visao was able to escape with his life. Very fortunate for him, but one more turret taken away from the hands of the Slovenians, and the jungle control now will be absolutely contested as the Filipino members are going for this orange buff. But wait a minute, Visao tries to make a play, it won't be enough. And now both teams are just waiting for an opportunity as the Feather Airstrike is being used by Imam. He won't be able to burst anyone low enough, but Arakil, one of the main engage tools, will no longer be able to actually mount a resistance in the front line. I'm offended though being used onto Bonnie, and that is her falling down yet again. Shadow Kill is being used by Visao, but unfortunately not enough damage, not enough resources, and Arakil just overstays in the top side, gets taken out off camera.
Oh my god, now it's already like 5 turrets for Philippines, and now they're still looking for more. Rimuru tried to defend the top lane here, but it's not gonna be easy because 5 members from Philippines, they already keep giving a pressure again. They don't want to give any I can say maybe.
Hang
what?
on. There we go. Visao
Oh,
makes the
he
big
saw
play.
it,
Takes
he
up
saw
Villa
it.
Luna.
Yeah.
So not exactly the ideal target. He's alone though right now. Dap as well as
Shadow
Soriano
kill?
wants vengeance. They go in. Soriano aiming to go for a crossbow of tank perhaps. He needs to be very careful though as the Koopa gets sent out. Clyde is very, very low, but Dap alone will be able to zone the rest of the members from the side of Slovenia and force out the Brilliance Order as well. Both teams back away, but the Filipinos, they're just going for those turrets.
Yeah, I know, right? And look at that. Now, we will see the same thing over and over again because now Slovenia, they have to defend their base. The Dapadab is gonna be the frontliner and
crossbow tank goes in. That's a godlike for Soriano. That's a double kill. That might be a triple kill, not just quite yet. And now, with 2 members down, can the Slovenians defend from this assault? The range game, the burst game, the crowd control is just so strong for the side of the Philippines. They're trying their best to try and get a pick off, but it won't be available just yet. The middle base turret is the main target for the Filipinos, and they will be able to secure it. But what next? They go with the Armor Fended Flicker combo that is body taken out of the equation again. The knock-up coming in from Del Rosario. The legendary, the double kill coming in from Imam as well. All the burst damage poured into the members of Slovenia. The Filipinos trying to end this game strong. They go in again, trying to secure the final kill onto Clyde. He will be able to survive. Not quite though. Rimuru left alone, watching 5 members from the Filipino team going for the end. The Lord comes in just as a celebratory measure, and that will be the Filipinos coming out on top.
Wow, Philippines secured 2-0 against Slovenia. And Slovenia is gonna be our second region that has to say goodbye. But good game will play for Slovenia, and Philippines, they still continue their journey.
That was...
I thought that Hayabusa could be the answer for Slovenia because it was a really, really good pick. Good start from Slovenia. They have this Hayabusa, like I mentioned it earlier. He can goes back into the backline, right? He chased that Ruby from Villa Luna because Villa Luna was very, very low. Then he used the quad shadow and jump back in with the not with the shadow kill, but only one. Yeah, he saved it for a bit. He just used that shuriken to finish him. So yeah, it's very good.
It's a respectable attempt, but unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough. So Slovenia, unfortunately, they tried so hard, and yet the game really seems like a bit of a repeat from the first game.
Yeah.
So it just shows again how well the Filipinos are able to actually execute on the same game plan and achieve the same result. And with this tank Guinevere, though, that is very, very interesting.
Yeah, they have a lot of CC here. They have this often they have the file requirement from this Guinevere, and also Imam with the curse of Crow and also the energy impact. It can give a instant stun to Slovenia, right? So if this Hayabusa from Vizo want to try to dive into the backline, they are ready for that.
They're ready for that, and the Filipinos, as always, like to group up together. So especially with how behind Visa was, with the buffs being absolutely contested, the Filipinos were able to actually stay in the backline with relative safety. And afterwards, if you don't get the kill with the shadow kill instantly, there is an I'm offended, there's the Don't Run Wolf King, there's just so many tools, as you mentioned, Momo-chan, for the Filipinos to just shut down, to stun lock any kind of aggression, any kind of play coming in from the Slovenians in that back line.
Yeah, I agree. But another dominance play style. Look at this. Right? Use the quad shadow and the shuriken. He finished Villa Luna. But the problem is, Philippines, they just got the trade very, very fast. The almost triple kill for Zoriano. But Philippines, they keep giving up pressure and pressure. They don't want to back off. They know they can finish this game as soon as possible because the super minion keep coming into the mid lane and also the top lane. But yeah, Philippines, congratulations, 2-0, and the match MVP goes into the hand of Zoriano without, again, 0 death, right? From Zoriano, 9 kills here for Philippines, and what a good position from Zoriano. And we will see again for our Philippines team for tomorrow because they still have to continue their journey in the lower bracket. And they should meet Vietnam, right?
They might. Well, we check on that again later, but
Yeah.
this clear spotlight right here is Imam yet again.
Yep.
Also 0 deaths, and on that Farsa, we talked about the speed, the wings by wings being used to gank the
The
side
crowd
lane.
control.
It's just so deadly. Before you know it, Feather Airstrike comes in from out of vision, and your side laners are just toast.
The
And
burst damage, yeah.
it's insane. I mean, he performs so well. He's in the right place at the right time, and he knows when to use his spells for full efficiency. It's just characteristically a very aggressive playstyle coming in from Imam, and it's what we love to see for sure.
Yeah, agree. Wow, what amazing performance from Philippines. Maybe they don't have maybe good strategy enough for the first match between Philippines and Indonesia. But Philippines, they show to us they are still able to survive even though in the lower bracket. But look at that,
Look at
all
Bonnie.
gold for Philippines. But Bonnie here, I think it's a little bit hard for her because there's no
Backup.
babysit. There's no backup.
Exactly,
There's
yes,
no
yes, yes.
rotation that's coming from Slovenia. They play quite passive, and it's still not the answer for Slovenia. But really good game, and we'll play for Slovenia.
Bonnie has the lowest gold on the team.
I
That is
know.
painful. She was not
If
having
I
a
was
good time at all.
Bonnie, I also will cry, because I need
Definitely.
somehow guys in my lane, but there's no one helping her in her lane. So
It's
I
too
think
difficult.
yeah, it's too difficult.
The gold difference was up to what, 13,000?
I know.
Like, wow.
It's not because her teammates cannot back her up, but it's because the rotation them from Philippines, the aggressive movement they coming from Blacklist International, it's just there, it's just there for Philippines. So I think it's gonna be, dominant playstyle again for the next day for Philippines. But the thing is, if they are going to meet Vietnam, they have to really be careful, I could say.
Are you meaning Vietnam or Cambodia?
Oh, is it Cambodia?
Well,
I think, yeah.
Maybe later on we'll take a look at the brackets again.
Oh,
of
yes,
course.
that's true. Oh, yeah, because we still have Cambodia as well, right?
Yes, Cambodia is still a factor. So
And Malaysia, oh my God, forgot we still have Malaysia in the upper bracket as well.
there's a lot of
A
fun
lot of
matches. And,
fun match.
we're not biased here, but the fact is that the majority of the teams just excelling right now are in the Southeast Asia region.
That's
so on one
right.
hand, it's it just shows again how strong this region is, but also it means we can look forward to even more intense matches
But
in the upcoming days.
They still have a lot of potential as well for another region, even though it's maybe a little bit hard because we know how strong Southeast Asia. But for today, Momshun, you guys are still,
It's 1-1.
it's a 1-1. It's a 1-1 for Philippines as well. So you guys still have a chance, and please keep cheering for Villa Luna and also Del Rosario. And we know how big the chance as well for Philippines to go into maybe the grand final slot here.
And don't forget, you have to keep sending your support to Slovenia, man.
That's
They
right.
perform so well.
They
If
perform
you have
so
been
well.
supporting Slovenia,
Not only Slovenia as well, but Namibia.
right, if you support these countries, right, make sure you give them your support even now because they would need it even more than ever, right? This is a
Yeah.
time where your support is tested. So, guys, it's all about sportsmanship,
Yes.
right? We care about everyone coming into this tournament. So, show your support
Yeah.
and show your support to the teams still in the tournament right now. But this is all only possible because the 14th World Esports Championship is supported by wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora, NOC, KONI, and of course, big thanks, massive thanks to all our sponsors: GHL Group,
Yes.
GHL Auto,
Nusapay.
Nusapay, DAS, Gudang Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, IndiHome, Telkomsel, HIN, Episode Hotel, Merusaka Nusa Dua, our wonderful venue,
Amazing.
Nineski Global for making this happen, in the Indonesia Football E-League, ESID, and Lemon ID.
And thanks for our media partner as well. We have Net TV, Trans7, Detikcom, Esport ID, Video.com, Dunia Games. We also have Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and Kami Bijak. Thanks for all the supports. Thanks for all the sponsor. Without you guys, we won't be here. And all of this cannot be happen.
It's a massive
Right?
event. It's
It's
great. It's
massive
crazy
event. It's
to
a
see
major world championship, Archie.
the scale, right? The
scale.
scale is just confusing. There's so many
And we
countries
won't be,
involved,
and we won't be
everyone's
in
here.
Bali, right? We want to be in Bali and we
Oh,
want
of
to meet
course.
them.
Exactly. It's been a great experience so far. So we
Yes.
cannot thank our wonderful sponsors and media partners enough.
Yeah, I think our host is ready for the interview. I would like to see what will our host ask for the Philippines. So please
Oh.
take it away, Mas Gary.
Again, Filipina is going to our bracket once again, and I would like to ask you guys a few questions. So, what is your first impression about Bali, Imam?
So hot like Philippines.
So hot like Philippines. Oh, is the same? The same like Philippines? Hot also? All right. And Soriano, what do you think about this whole event, IESF 14 World Esports Championship?
It's very good. I always wanted to go to Bali. And the scenery is good. Like, it's fun to go here. Yeah. And I think the ISF tournament is very good for big opportunity for all the countries. Yeah.
Okay. So, what kind of food that you want to taste in Bali? What kind of food?
Ayam Baturu.
Ayam betutu. All right, guys. So I will resume all of the match for today. So we have Indonesia versus Philippines, Namibia versus Vietnam, and Slovenia versus Philippines, and all go down by 2. And for tomorrow, we will have Cambodia versus Malaysia and Argentina versus Indonesia. Tomorrow, still on air stage, ISF 14 World Esports Championship, Bali. Thank you, and I'll see you around, guys. Bye-bye. Ayam betutu. Ayam betutu.